minutes of your show be to you.
The Tao of heaven is furthering without causing harm. The Tao of the man of calling is to be effective without quarreling. True words are not beautiful, beautiful words are not true. Competence does not persuade, persuasion is. The Tao of heaven is furthering without causing harm. The Tao of the man of calling is to be effective without quarreling. True words are not beautiful, beautiful words are not true. Competence does not persuade, persuasion is. The Tao of heaven is furthering without causing harm. The Tao of the man of calling is to be effective without quarreling. True words are not beautiful, beautiful words are not true. Competence does not persuade, persuasion is. The Tao of heaven is furthering without causing harm. The Tao of the man of calling is to be effective without quarreling. True words are not beautiful, beautiful. The Tao of heaven is furthering without causing harm. The Tao of the man of calling is to be effective without quarreling. True words are not beautiful, beautiful words are not true. Competence does not persuade, persuasion is. The Tao of heaven is furthering without causing. Shit. The Tao of heaven is furthering without causing harm.
Alright, this Louisville shit about to start. Come on, let's get it.
His argument,
Custom. Thus let thy starry profit of thy vehicle, assimilating it and sustaining it so that it be healed of its separation, and this even in life, but most especially in death. Also thou oughtest to increase thy vehicle in mass by true growth and balance, that thou be a bridegroom, comely and well-favored, a man of might, and a warrior worthy of the bed, so divine a dissolution. And a certain problem in the art of pleasure, de arte voluptati dilemma quaedam. There is named objection, O my son, to our thesis concerning will, that it should flow freely in its way. Vide lecet, that for such as I am, it is well, because I am endowed by nature with a lust insatiable in every kind, so that the universe itself seemeth incapable to appease it. But I have poured myself out unceasingly in borderland passion, and in battles with men and with wild beasts and with mountains and deserts, and in poetry and in other writings of the music of mine imagination, and in books of our own mysteries, and in works magical and in arts plastic, and so forth. So that in mine age I am become verily a slave to mine own genius, and my law is that unless I sleep or create, my soul is sick. In fain to claim their reward, in the recreation of my death. But I hear thee say it, this is not the case of all, or even of many men, but their aught of will is satisfied easily as its first guerdon. Should not then their wisdom be to resist themselves for a space, as water heaped up by a dam gathered force, and hunger feedeth upon abstinence? Also there is that which I have written in a former chapter of the right use of discipline. And thirdly, this free flowing is without subtility. Art is it were an harlot that plucketh men by the sleeve. An unraveling of this knot, de hoc modo dissolutio. Here therefore will I write down the answer to this indictment of our wisdom, that every act of will is to be made in its perfection, which state is to be attained according to these conditions. First, those of its own law. Second, those of its environment. Judge thine own case individually, each as it pleadeth. For there is no canon or code, since every star hath its own law, diverse from every other. Now there is the restraint of conflict, which is impotence and disruption. But the restraint of discipline is the fortification of the will. By repose and by preparation, as a conqueror resteth his armies, and feedeth them, and looketh to the furniture and to the spirit before he joineth a battle. Also there is the restraint of art, which includeth that other of discipline, and its nature is to adorn the will, to admire its strength and its beauty, and to enjoy its victory by anticipation and full confidence, not fearful of time that robbeth them that are ignorant concerning him, how he is but mirage and illusion, incapable to besiege the fortress of the soul. Work thou thy will, knowing, as I said beforetime, by the mouth of Eliphas Levi Zached, thyself omnipotent, and thine habitation eternity. O my son, attend well this word, for it is an heirloom and a ring of ruby and emerald in thine inheritance. And the comedy which is called Pan de Commoedia quae man dicitur. And thy technique is the magic of water, so that thine act is of nourishment and not of generation. Therefore the prime use of this art is to build up thine own nature. But if thou hast skill to control the mood of the eagle, then mayst thou work many an admirable effect upon thine environment. Thou knowest how great is the fame of which women olden without man to cause events, although they create nothing. It is this straightness of the channel which giveth force to the stream. Beware, O my son, lest thou cling overmuch to this mode of magic, for it is lesser than that other, and if thou neglect that other, then is thy danger fearful and imminent, for it is the edge of the abyss of Coronson, where are the lonely towers of the Black Brothers. Also the formulation of the object in the eagle is by a species of intoxication, so that his nature is a dream or delirium, and thus there may be illusion. For this cause I deem it not wholly unwise if thou use this way of magic chiefly as a cordial, that is for the fortifying of thine own nature, and chemical agents according to the four elements. De medicinis secundum quatuor elementa, concerning the use of chemical agents, and be mindful that thou abuse them not, learn that the sacrament itself relateth to spirit, and the four elements balance thereunder in its perfection. See also thy lion, himself hath a fourfold menstruum for his serpents, now to fire belong cocaine, which fortifieth the will, loosening him from bodily fatigue, morphine, which purifieth the mind, making the thought safe and slow and single, heroin, which partaketh as it seemeth of the nature of these twain aforesaid, albeit in degree less notable than either of them, and alcohol, which is food, that is fuel for the whole man. To water attribute hashish and mescal, for they make images, and they open the hidden springs of pleasure and of beauty. Morphine for its ease hath also a part in water, ere ruleth ethyl oxide, for it is a sword, dividing asunder every part of thee, making easy the way of analysis, so that thou comest to learn thyself of what elements thou art compact. Lastly, of the nature of earth are the direct hypnotics, which operate by repose, and restore thy strength by laying thee as a child in the arms of the great mother, I say rather of her material and physiological vice regent. That's on chemical agents according to the four elements. This is on the virtue of experience in this art. De virtute experientiae in hac arte. Not sleep, not rest, not peace, not contentment are the will of the hero, but these things he hateth, and consenteth to enjoy them only with shame of his weak nature. But he will analyze himself without pity, and he will do all things soever that may free and fortify his mind and will. Know that the technique of the right use of these magic poisons is subtle, and since the nature of every man differeth from that of his fellow, there entereth idiosyncrasy, and thine experience shall be thy master in this art. Heed also this word, following the right use of these agents is to gain a knowledge preliminary of thine own powers and of high state, so that thou goest not altogether blindly and without aim in thy quest, ignorant of the keys to thine own inner being. Also thou must work all way for a definite end, never for pleasure nor for relaxation, except thou wilt as a good knight is sworn to do, and thou being hero and magician art in peril of abusing the fiery agents only, not those of earth, air, or water, because these do really work with thee in purity, making thee holy what thou wouldst be, an engine indefatigable, a mind clear, calm, and concentrated, and a heart fierce aglow. And the truth is consecrated by pure light of ecstasy. Also, as this is the strongest, so also it is the most sensitive of all things soever, and both proper and ready to take impressive will, not as a seal passively, but with true recreation in a microcosm thereof. And this is a god alive and puissant to create, and he is a word of magic, wherein thou mayst read thyself with all thine history and all thy possibility. Also as to thine eagle, is not this chosen by nature herself by a way of attraction, without which harmony, aesthetic, and magnetic thy lion is silent and inert, even as Achilles before his rage in his tent. Now also, therefore, I charge thee, O my son, to partake constantly of the sacrament, for it is proper to virtue, and as thou dost learn to use it in perfection, thou wilt surpass all other modes of magic. Yea, in good sooth, no herb or potion is like unto this, supreme in every case, for it is the true stone of the philosophers, and the elixir and medicine of all things, the universal tincture or menstruum of thine own will. And directing disciples, de discipulis regendis. I will have thee to know moreover, my dear son, the right art of conduct with them whom I shall give thee for initiation, and the rule thereof is one rule: do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. See thou constantly to it that this be not broken, especially in the section thereof. I dare say so, which readeth mind thine own business. This is of application equally to all, and the most dangerous man or woman as hath occurred, or I err, is the busybody. Oh, how ashamed are we and moved to indignation, seeing the sins and follies of our neighbors. All the occasions of this grievance, the most common is the desire of sex unsatisfied. Thou knowest already, even in thy young experience, how in that delirium the wheel of the whole universe appeareth of no account. Do thou then wean thy babes from that simplicity, and instill the sense of true proportion. For verily this is a way of madness, love, unless it be under will. And the cure of this madness is not so good as its prevention, so that thou shouldst be beforehand with these children, showing them the right importance of love, how it should be a sacred right, exalted above personality, and a fire to enlighten and serve man, not to devour him. And certain diseases of disciples. De quibus dam morbis discipulorum. And thus, if any babe of thine be ill at ease, look closely first whether this love be not the root of his distemper. Watch also idleness. For whoso presseth eagerly forward in will, heedeth little the affairs of his fellows. O my son, if every man doth his own will, there is no more to say. But the busybody, nor mindeth his own business, nor leaveth others to mind theirs. Be thou instant, therefore, with such an one to cure him by enlightening his will, spending and speeding him therein. Remember also that if one speak ill of another, the fault is first of all in himself. For we know not but that which is within us. Did not the great witch-finder end by confessing that he also was a sorcerer? We become that which obsesseth us, either through extreme hate or extreme love. Knowest thou not how the one is a symbol of the other? For this reason, since love is the formula of life, we are under bond to assimilate in the end that which we fear or hate. So then we shall be wise to mold all things within ourselves in quietness and modulation. But above all, must we use all to our own end, adapting with adroitness even our weakness to the work, and watching for false Savior, and rend him until those who follow him in secret, and it may be unconsciously, prove their virtue and his wisdom by their survival when his persecutors perish in their folly. But we, being secure against all primary enemies to the individual or the commonweal may nay. We must, if we would attain the summit of our race, devote all spare leisure, wealth, and energy to the creation of variation from the norm, and thus by clear knowledge, bought of experiment and of experience, move with eyes well open upon our true path. So therefore our law of Thalima is justified also of biology and social science. It is the true way of nature, the right strategy in the war of man with his environment. It is the life of his soul. Okay, this one's for you, Goddess. It's called On Monsters, Demonstrate.
Okay, I want to tell you really quick something.
Okay, go ahead.
You called me your Shekhinah. I was in Israel once, and when I was there, I told them that was my name. I can't really bring them out. That's all.
So the whole point of this meditation is to help you create a positive vibration, which is equilibrium and balance and stillness and silence.
Perfect.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on mute because I'm creating a recording over here, so I want it to like have no background noise. So take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Okay, this is Demonstrate on Monsters. Sayest thou, O my son, that not thus, but by false training one cometh to perfection? This indeed is truth, that by artificial selection, in well-watched growth and environment, one hath dogs, horses, pigeons, and the like, which excel the forbears in strength and beauty and speed as one will. Yet is this work but a false magical artifice, temporary and illusion. For the masterpieces are but monsters, not true variations. And if thou leave them, they revert swiftly to their own proper and authentic type, because that type was made fit by experience to its environment. So therefore, every variation must be left free to perpetuate itself or to perish, not cherished for its beauty or guarded for its appeal to thine ideal, not cut off in thy fear thereof. For the proof of its virtue lieth in the manifestation of its power to survive, amen, to reproduce itself after its kind. Nurse not the weakness of any man, nor swallow and corset him, nay, not though he were poet or artist, because of his value to thy fancy. For if thou do this, he shall increase in his infirmity, so that even his work, for which thou lovest him, shall be enfeebled also. Okay, this next one is called...
God does not want you to freaking believe in them. You know?
Well, see, the thing is, the founding fathers were Freemasons, and Freemasons essentially believe in love. So, I mean, it's all, the whole world operates off of love, but I think we just...
Desire.
Well, love is like a red heart. Desire is a red color, but the point is wisdom is supposedly love. So love of law is the domination of the wise. That's wisdom. I'm just saying that I don't disagree with anything you said, except the fact that maybe you don't like the fact that I could point to the Constitution as being an all or nothing document. It is an all or nothing document.
The Constitution is really good, but I heard that there was a punctuation error in regard to the statement about the pursuit of happiness.
Well,
it's really interesting.
If you read it, very slowly, and you just actually pick apart individual words and focus on those individual words, that is essentially, the more like advanced level, because what you're doing is expanding the document. It would be pretty interesting to put it through like an expansion tool on ChatGPT to essentially create more content off of it to help people get an expansion or more relative, positions to it, because so much of that document is transcendental. So it deals with, divine illumination, poetic words of joy. It's a document for success. So I don't know, to say that it's not something to contemplate. I mean, I just, if you have one...
Contemplate. I think everything is worth contemplation.
Well, it's just the ageless wisdom. So the Freemasons are just obsessed with ageless wisdom philosophy, which in many ways is anti-Pope and anti-Anglican Church. It's its own thing. So it is like a gang. Every gang has their charter or their scope of work. So if you look at who founded this country, it was Freemasons. And I have many books on it, and I'm not a member of Freemasonry. I'm just saying that when I read that, I see how it's a very advanced philosophy that creates a strong differentiation from other world philosophies like the Catholic Church or the British King and the Anglican Church. I mean, Protestantism is really, I would say, pretty tightly wrapped into Freemasonry. That's my opinion. I'm trying to categorize and organize how I view history and current groups, and maybe what documents that they subscribe to or claim that they subscribe to. Because I think a lot of people just don't read anything anymore. So whatever organizations have, it doesn't even mean anything to them. It's,
It's a horrible thought to think that people do not read anything anymore.
I know this girl that I went to Israel with. I was like, when was the last time you read a book? She's like, probably 2005. And she's 47. 45. I'm like, you haven't read a book in 20 years? She's like, nope. I was like, oh my gosh. To me, it's like sacred chanting. I'm trying to focus.
People are still writing books. They're still writing them.
When I chant sacred texts, I'm trying to essentially dehypnotize myself from listening to all the bullshit on this app and other platforms by going way back and using these texts to MK Ultra myself. I use beer and orange juice, coffee, red wine, and cannabis, and yoga, and the gym. But I have definitely been capturing and recording myself reading these books for quite a while now. And there's just a lot of words. This book, Wisdom or Folly, is very interesting because it capitalizes a lot of proper nouns that we do not normally capitalize, like the word that. That is capitalized. Like, there's just so many capitalized words where you're just like...
I don't even know why I come on this app anymore. I erased my phone a while ago. I put it back on a few days ago. But I'm making more YouTube videos because personally, I think that what I have to say and...
much better. This is called What an Orgasm Feels Like by Ava Swift. 3 million views released 3 years ago. Sped up to 1.25. I'm gonna recreate some Valentine's Day rooms. Yeah, okay, go ahead, guys. Give us your best moaning section.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I can't do it when I'm on the spot. It's too funny. We have one person. Robert, come with us. Oh, yeah.
Okay, that was fun. The goddess has left us. Let us return to the Tao.
Welcome to the second edition of the Ellen Watts podcast, Being in the Way, and I'm your host, Mark Watts. Today, we're going to hear part 3 of Taoist way of dropping out from karma. Also, we're going to hear a talk called The Wisdom of the Ridiculous, which comes from the Lao Tzu tradition expressed in the Tao Te Ching. Recently, I've had a few conversations with people that would like to know more about my father's background and are having a hard time reconciling his worldview with the other philosophies that they know about. So I thought I'd do a little bit of storytelling. Talk a little bit about my father's early life today, and then in the next episode, we'll talk about when he was traveling a lot and making a lot of recordings, and how that morphed into the Electronic University Project, the predecessor to the Alan Watts organization. So we'll start off with his early life in London, what he learned at the Buddhist lodge, and his migration to America.
When I was a small boy, I used to walk that section of London around the British Museum. And one day I came across a shop which had a notice over the window which said philosophical instruments. Even as a boy, I knew something about philosophy, but I couldn't imagine what philosophical instruments would be. So I went up to the window, and there displayed were chronometers, slide rules, scales, and all kinds of what we would now call scientific instruments. Because science used to be called natural philosophy. Because, as Aristotle says, the beginning of philosophy is wonder. Philosophy is man's expression of curiosity about everything, his attempt to make sense of the world primarily through his intellect. That is to say, his faculty for thinking. And thinking, of course, is a word used in extremely many ways, and is a very vague word for most people. But I use the word thinking now and hereafter, you must understand this, in a very precise way. By thinking, as distinct from feeling or emoting or sensing, I mean the manipulation of symbols, whether they be words, whether they be numbers, or whether they be other such signs as, say, triangles, squares, circles, astrological signs, or whatever. These are symbols. But all these things are symbols, and the manipulation of symbols to represent events going on in the real world is what I call thinking. I suppose most of you have heard of Zen. But before going on to explain any details about it, I want to make one thing absolutely clear. I am not a Zen Buddhist. I am not advocating Zen Buddhism. I'm not trying to convert anyone to it. I have nothing to sell. I'm an entertainer. That is to say, in the same sense that when you go to a concert and you listen to...
Is there darkness? Yet this comfort is a lamp therein, that there is no error in the will, but only doubt as to the means of success. Else were we as children afeard of night, thus we have need not but to consider the matter by wit of reason, and of prudence, and of common sense, and of experience, and of science, adjusting ourselves so far as we may. Here is the key of success, and its name is the skill to make right use of circumstance. This then is the virtue of the mind, to be the wazzer of the will, the true counselor through intelligence of the universe. But, O my son, do thou lay this word beneath thine heart, that the mind hath no will, no right thereto, so that usurpation bringeth forth a fatal conflict in thyself. For the mind is sensitive, unstable as air, and may be led foolishly and leashed by a stronger mind that worketh as the cunning tool of the will. Therefore thy safety and defense is to hold thy mind to his right function, a faithful minister to thine own true will, that is king of that star whose name is thyself. By election of nature, heed well this, O my son, for thy mind passive is rightly a mirror to reflect all things clearly without prejudice, and to remain unstained by them. On the way of wisdom, de cursus sapientis. Therefore consider this again in a figure, that thy mind is as the marshal of an army, to observe the dispositions of the enemy, and to order his own forces rightly, according to that information. But he hath no will, only obedience to the word of his king, to outwit and to overcome the opposite. Nor doth that king make war by his own whim, if he be wise and true, but solely because of the necessity of his country and its nature, whereof he is but executive officer and interpreter. Its voice as the marshal is its arm. Thus then do thou understand thyself, not giving place to thy mind to dispute thy will, nor through ignorance and carelessness allowing the enemy to deceive thee, nor by fear, by imprudence and foolhardiness, by hesitation and vacillation, by disorder and the lack of firm correctness, by failure in elasticity or in obstinacy, each at its moment, suffering defeat in the hour of shock. So then, O my son, this is thy work, to know the word of the will without error, and to make perfect every faculty of thy mind in right order and readiness to impose that word as law upon the universe, so mote it be. Unreason, source of madness, when not under will. De ratione quae sine voluntate est fons maniae. Is it not a marvel how he that worketh with his will and is in constant touch with the reality external maketh his mind to serve him? How eagerly runneth it and returneth, gathering, arranging, clarifying, classifying, organizing, comparing, setting in array, with skill and might and energy that faileth never. Nay, my son, in this way thou canst be pitiless with thy mind, and it will not rebel against thee, or neglect thine ordinance. But now consider him that worketh not with his will, how his mind is idle, not reaching out after reality, but debating within itself of its own affairs, like a democracy introspective. Then this mind, not reflecting, not reacting equably and with elasticity to the world, is lost in its own anarchy and civil war, so that although it work not, it is overcome by weakness of division and becometh coronzon. And unto these words I call to my witness the madness of the soul of Muscovy in this year X333, 13 of our eon that is ended. Therefore behold how this our law of Therimat do what thou wilt is the first foundation of health, whether in the body or the mind, either of a simple or a complex organism. And truth which may not be told to a woman, de veritate quam feminae non dicere, is will to love. Therefore was it said by thine uncle Wolfgang van Goethe, das ewig weiblich sieht uns hinan. But therefore also had she no nature of truth. because she is but the eidolon of an excitement, and of a going of thy star. And appertaineth not unto its essence and stability. So then to thee she is but matter, and to her thou art energy, and neither is competent to the formula of the other. Therefore also as thy will is itself imperfection, as they have shewed thee aforetime, thou art not in the way of love, except thou be dressed in that robe of thine which thou callest woman, and thou canst not lure her to this action proper to her by thy truth. But thou shalt, as our grammar saith, assume the man spirit, that thou mayst evoke it by sympathy, but thou shalt appear in thy glory only when she is in thy power, and bewildered utterly by ecstasy. This is a mystery, O my son. And of old time it was declared in the Bible of Scylla and Charybdis, which are the formula of a rock in the whirlpool. Now then meditate thou strictly upon this most worthy and most adorable arcanum to thy profit and enlightenment. On the two rewards of the path, de duobus premis viae. Let it be a treasure in thine heart, O my son, this mystery that I shall next unveil before thine eyes, O eagle, that thou art undazzled by the radiance of light that soarest continually with virile flight to thine august inheritance. Behold, the beatific vision is of two orders, and in the formula of the rosy cross it is of the heart, it is called beauty, but in the formula of the silver sun, it is of the eye. In the triangle it is of the mind, and it is called wonder. Otherwise spoken, the former is of art, a sensuous and creative perception, but the latter is science, an intellectual and intelligible insight, or again in our holy Kabbalah. The one is of Tiferet, the other of Binah, and in pure philosophy. This is a contemplation of the cosmos, causal, dynamic, and later of its effect in static presentation. Now this rapture of art is a virtue, triumph of love in its most universal comprehension, but the ecstasy of science is a continual orgasm of light that is of the mind. Thou sayest, O my father, how I may attain to this fullness and perfection. Art thou here, O my son? It is well, and blessed be the bed wherein thou wast begotten, and the womb of thy sweet mother. Hilarion, my concubine, holy and adulterous, the scarlet woman, amen.
And as a matter of fact, that's also true of sculpture, but we consider the background in sculpture irrelevant because it is not something which the artist himself is. It's the temple or museum or place in which it is shown. But when you paint, and especially when you paint on a rectangular surface, instead of a surface that is shaped along with the figure, so that the outline of the figure is also the frame, when you paint, you have to put in some kind of a background. Now, if you've seen Greek or Russian icons, the background is solid gold, often emblazoned with jewels. But as time went on, painters began to put landscape background, because that's the way you see people. They must be against something. And in due course, Western painters began to be fascinated with the background. And they said to the figure, move over. And then there were landscapes. But of course, the people who looked at them and weren't used to this kind of thing said, well, that's not what I call a painting. But in time, they got used to it. So used to it that, in fact, is on the prudence in the teaching of the art.
De prudentia arti docendi. Nevertheless, this one affliction shall touch nigh all that come to thee, and this is the great pox of sin. That is our bane inherited of the slain gods. Look then first of all, when any postulant boweth before thee, whether there be no conflict and restriction in his mind and in his will. If he deem good and evil to be absolute instead of as relative health of his body, or the weal of the society of which he is a member, or what not as it may be, instruct him. Or if he say that he will sacrifice all for initiation, correct him as it is written, but whoso give one particle of dust shall lose all in that hour. For it is conflict if you weigh one thing with another, and renunciation, being sorrowful, is not worthy of acceptance. But he must with joy unite all he is and hath, heaving the whole into one billow of love and will. Yea, O my son, until thou hast brought the postulant into our freedom from sin, and the sense and conviction thereof, he is not ready for the path of our magic and illumination, because every way soever is a going, and this sin is an obstacle, and a fetter, and an hoodwink on every one of them, for it is restriction, whether he set out by the meditations of the Dharma, or by our Kabbalah, or by vision or theology, or howsoever. And the mind, enemy of the soul, de mente amica animo. How shall a man attain to thee trace? Trance, where all is one. If he yet debate within his mind concerning virtue as a thing absolute, thus, O my son, there be those that are fuddled with doubt whether meat is to be eaten. I choose this as a reference. Which habit is proper to the lion as grass to the horse, so that his right problem is solely this, what is fitting to his own nature. Or again, I suppose that he is in vision, and an angel visiting him imparteth a truth contrary to his prejudice. As it fell out in mine own case when I inhabited the body of Sir Edward Kelly, or so I do in part remember, as it seemeth albeit dimly. This nevertheless is sure, or the learned Casaubon, publishing the record of that word with the magician D, saith falsely, that an angel did declare unto Kelly the very axiomata of our law, Therema, in good measure and plainly, but D, afflicted by the fixity of his tenets, that one of the slave gods was wroth, and by his authority prevailed upon the other, who was indeed not wholly perfected as an instrument, or the world ready for that sowing. Consider also how in this very life I was the enemy of my own law, and wrote down the book of the law contrary to my conscious will by the virtue of obedience as a scribe, and strove constantly to escape mine own work, the utterance of my word, until by initiation I was made all one. On different works of the illuminators, De Illuminatorum Operibus Diversi. The fool, the fool. The tiger symbolizes fear. See, Princess at once. Dionysus is repeatedly bitten by this tiger, but his gaze remains directed forward. He gives no attention to fear, so it has lost its power over him. The tiger cannot injure him at all. His unshakable faith in existence allows him to be aware of fearful feelings without being the victim. He is liberated, able to be receptive for mystical peak experiences and interpersonal interaction. Basic, dynamic powers are released which drive forward. The onrushing creative process cannot be held back. The fool holds a cup with a base of crystal in his right hand and a burning torch in his left. These are alchemical symbols. See card 14 art. They show the meeting of opposite forces, which creates the energy for the transformation, the quantum leap to take place. The fool, The sun symbolizes the creative and transformatory powers released by the melting, basic sexual energy. Indications you are ready for a new beginning, perhaps even a quantum leap. Give in, dare to leap, even if fear attempts to hold you back. Trust the voice from within your heart. Affirmation. I now follow my heart. I am open and ready to go wherever it may lead me. Suggestion. Draw other cards for the above questions if their answers not clear for your questions. What is the tiger of fear for you? How do you imagine a courageous leap into the new? What does it look like? Where does your heart call you to go? The horns Dionysus wears reflect expanded perception. The rainbow surrounding his head means the fool. Keywords: openness, trust, ready to take a risk, courage to stand your ground, freedom, independence, creativity, great potential, possibility to take a quantum leap, listening to the heart's voice. The fool is represented by the god of spring, Dionysus. The green color reminds us of the powerful creative force of spring. The crocodile, the ancient Egyptian god of creativity, is also the bearer of the greatest creative powers. The long umbilical cord, connection to cosmic oneness, wraps the fool in 4 spirals. The possibility of rebirth is given on all 4 planes of human existence: spiritual, intellectual, emotional, and physical. The prerequisite is your readiness to change in all areas, your responsibility to self-development. The 4 spirals are described as follows. The first spiral surrounds the heart and heart shape. It stands for emotional rebirth, recognition, perception. Yes, the Magus. The 2 snakes at his head are an ancient Egyptian symbol for healing and regeneration, caduceus. In this context, they refer to the regeneration of thought. Above them is the Eye of Horus, god of perception, with the symbol of a dove, bearer of the spirit. The Magus receives inspiration from the soul of the universe, whose message he spreads on earth. This is more strongly expressed by the blue-yellow energy beam which enters his head, penetrates through his body, and emerges again at his feet. He cannot fulfill his tasks without constantly remaining in touch with the spiritual forces of the universe. He is always in service of a superior law. When he recognizes and accepts this as his true function, he bears clarifying light unto the darkness of ignorance and misunderstanding. Indications you have at your disposal brilliant capabilities which you should share with other people. One important task is to find or create the proper surroundings for the activities. Questions. In what areas lie your talents? The Magus, the objects Mercury juggles, represents different realms of communication. For example, 1. Coins, body, matter, finance. 2. Fire, inspiration, transformation, dynamics. 3. Wand, philosophy, religion, spirituality. 4. Arrow, directness, honesty, purposefulness. 5. Scroll, writing, publication. 6. Wing, extrasensory perception, telepathy. 7. Cup with snake, emotions, relationships, sexuality. 8. Sword, intellect, logic, analysis. The 2 snakes at his head are an ancient Egyptian symbol for healing and regeneration, caduceus. In this context, they refer to the regeneration of thought. Above them is the Eye of Horus. There's the Magus. Keywords: Mercury, communication, playful dealings with all possible forms of communication, flexibility, brilliance. The Magus is represented by the Greek god Mercury, the messenger with wings of pure spirit. See the yellow wings on his feet. Mercury bears energy which spreads and radiates from him. The cards represent the will, wisdom, and the word through which the world was created. Mercury balances with great skill on the tip of a surfboard-shaped stand and juggles with the different tools of communication. He is a genius, using all the possibilities available to him. In his duality, Mercury stands for truth and falsehood. He brings all set ideas and judgments into question, which often makes him appear in a questionable light himself. As a creative creature, he knows no conscience. He uses all tools, all
The Empress, the Empress, the Empress, the Empress. Keywords: Venus, beauty, love, motherliness, femininity, wisdom, connection between spirit and matter, inner and outer wealth. The Empress embodies and commands the feminine in all its forms. Her form and surroundings are marked by beauty and wholeness. You feel a sense of well-being in her presence, taking part in the harmony of her being. Her beauty is not restricted only to the externally visible. Her femininity is fully evolved in all levels of her being, given her a special radiance. She is mother and lover, ruler and seer at the same time. Her strength rests in the unifying of the highest spiritual values in their fully perceivable forms with the lowest material qualities. The essential characteristics of her dominion are love in its giving and its receptive aspects, white and red, creativity and fruitfulness, green, understanding and wisdom, blue. 44. The Mass of the Phoenix. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar, on which are his burin, bell, thurible, and 2 of the cakes of light. In the sign of the Enterer, he reaches west across the altar, and cries, Hail, Ra, that goest in thy bark, into the caverns of the dark. He gives the sign of silence, and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar see me stand, with light and music in mine hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. 3, 3, 3, 5, 5, 5, 5, 3, 3, 3, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abrahadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. Take thy 1 crown of all the 10. Even now and here be mine. Amen. He puts the first cake in the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in liber legis, and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burin, he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I staunch the blood, the wafer soaks, and get up, and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the law. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, and cries, Abrahadabra. I entereth in with woe and mirth, and now go forth and with thanksgiving, to do my pleasure on the earth, among the legions of the living. He goeth forth. Chapter 45. Chinese music. Explain this happening. It must have a natural cause. It must have a supernatural cause. Let these 2 acids be sent to grind corn. May, might, must, should, probably, may be, we may safely assume, ought, it is hardly questionable, almost certainly. 4 hacks, and let them be turned out to grass. Proof is only possible in mathematics, and mathematics is only a matter of arbitrary conventions. And yet doubt is a good servant, but a bad master. A perfect mistress, but a nagging wife. White is the lash of the overseer. White is black is the watchword of the slave. The master takes no heed. The Chinese cannot help thinking that the octave has 5 notes. The more necessary anything appears to my mind, the more certain it is that I only assert a limitation. I slept with faith, and found a corpse in my arms on waking. I drank and danced all night with doubt, and found her a virgin in the morning. Chapter 46. Buttons. Heads. The cause of sorrow is the desire of the one to the many, or of the many to the one. This also is the cause of joy. But the desire of one to another is all of sorrow. Its birth is hunger, and its death satiety. The desire of the truth is known, but we from waking. The truth is the unknown. Chapter 31. The gift. It moves from motion into rest, and rest into motion. These it does not, for time is not. C. 5 footprints of a camel. B. Chapter 43. Mulberry tops. Black blood upon the altar, and the rustle of angel wings above. Black blood of the sweet fruit, the bruise, the violated bloom, that sendeth the wheel a-spinning in the spire. Death is the veil of life, and life of death. Both are gods. This is that which is written, a feast for life, and a greater feast for death, in the book of the law. The blood is the life of the individual. Offer then blood. Chapter 44. The Mass of the Phoenix. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar, on which are his word, bell, thurible, and 2 of the cakes of light. In the sign of the Emperor, he reaches west across the altar, and cries, Hail, Ra, that goest in thy bark, into the caverns of the dark. He gives the sign of silence, and takes the bell, and fire in his hands. East of the altar see me stand, with light and music in mine hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. 3, 3, 3, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 3, 3, 3, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abrahadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. Take thy one crown of all the 10. Even now and here be mine. Amen. He puts the first cake in the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in liver lakes, and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burn, he then makes unto his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the floor. I staunch the blood, the wafer soaks, it up in the high priestly books. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the law. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, and cries, Abrahadabra. I entereth in with woe and mirth, and now go forth with thanksgiving, to do my pleasure on the earth, among the legions of the living. He goeth forth. Chapter 45. Chinese music. Explain this happening. It must have a natural cause. It must have a supernatural cause. Let these 2 acids be sent to grind. May, might, must, should, probable, may be. We may safely assume, ought, it is hardly questionable, almost certain. Or acts, and let them be turned out to grass. Proof is only possible in mathematics, and mathematics is only a matter of arbitrary conventions. And yet doubt is a good servant, but a bad master. A perfect nurse, but a nagging wife. White is the lash of the overseer. White is black, is the watchword of the slave. The master takes no heed. The Chinese cannot help thinking that the octave has 5 notes. The more necessary anything appears to my mind, the more certain it is that I only assert a limitation. I slept with faith, and got a corpse in my arms on waking. I drank and danced all night with doubt, and found her a virgin in the morning. Chapter 46. desire of one to another is all of sorrow. Its birth is hunger, and its death sanctity. The desire of the moth for the star at least saves him sanctity. Hunger thou, O man, for the infinite, the insatiable universe.
side of the booty hole is oh.
existences. I am the source, the continuation, and the end. I am the germ, I am the growth, I am the decay. All things and creatures I send forth. I support them where yet they stand without. When the dream of separation ends, I cause the return unto myself. I am the life and the wheel of the law and the way that leadeth to the beyond. There is none else. I am the fire of mind which divideth itself into the superior and inferior natures and putteth on a robe of flesh to come down. I am the vital principle of all that is. Nothing is that does not live, and of that life wherever this power acteth, whether in low forms or in high, I only am its source, and I the knower. Not thine, but mine is the power of attention, of observation, of discovery, of the discerning of sequence in the operation of nature. In all this and in the power of discrimination, my superior nature worketh through thee. Happy art thou if thou canst grasp this truth, for then understanding that not thy weak self, but my all-knowing mind, looketh out upon the world through thine eyes, shalt thou have faith to let me see. Then shalt thou overcome the evil of thy senses, by devoting them wholly to my use. Not thou, but I, shall then discern the weight and shape and texture of the things. On the fool's right shoulder is a golden 8-pointed star. Close to it is a silver lunar crescent. These are the sun and moon, gold and silver of the alchemists. They refer also to the Surya, the hot, electric, solar current of prana described in books on yoga, and to Rayi, the cool, magnetic, lunar current of the same prana. Fundamentally, these are two modes of the one life breath. Their activity is both universal and personal. In humanity, they are active in the nerve currents of the physical body. The black wand over the fool's right shoulder is a measuring tool. It supports a wallet having a flap sewn with 10 stitches. The lock of this flap is in the form of an eye. On the wallet below the flap is a picture of an eagle. The wand is a symbol of will, of which attention, the wand itself, is the essence, and to which memory the wallet is closely linked. The wallet in the sun, something new and transformational, is being ripened in all of humankind, just as fruit is ripened through a chemical process caused by the sun's warm rays. The birth of a new humanity requires the completion of a process described in the old alchemical texts. The phoenix burns only to rise from the ashes anew. Magnificent bird, fly into the open sky. The light of consciousness will permeate all aspects of our being. Indications. The fulfillment of your wishes is possible here and now. Relax and give yourself up to the dance. The right partners will find each other. Question: what task or project is on the agenda for you now? The lamps are the interior stars or chakras. The oil is the nerve force, a modification of Fohat or Kundalini. It is made to energize the lamps by means of exercises in which counting is essential because they include rhythmic breathing and rhythmic intonation of divine names. In Hebrew, Shemen Lemwa, SHMNLMAVR, oil for lighting is the number 667. And this is the number of Sod, Ha, Pehuruth, SVD, HPO, VLVTH. Secret of all spiritual activities, the name of the path of wisdom, corresponding to Teth, pronounced Taith, transcribed as T, the number 9, meaning serpent. Hence, the cross of Tav is a symbol of the tree of divine perfection. In the ancient form of Teth, the circle is surrounding the cross is a symbol of the power of the letters, because the total number of Hebrew letters is 22, and 22 is the characteristic number of any circle. Arithmetic is the basis of all practical occultism. The knowledge of the esoteric properties and uses of number is indispensable to every seeker of liberation. The coiled fiery power is the astral light, symbolized by a coiled serpent. It is also the kundalini of the yogis, and much concerning it will be found in the writings of Madame Blavatsky, who calls it Fohat. It says outright that the letter Teth is a symbol for Fohat. See also Arthur Avalon's serpent power in Shakti and Shakta. The lamps are the interior stars, or chakras. The oil is the nerve force, a modification of Fohat. Count aright, and thou shalt have oil for thy lamps, for the oil of for lighting containeth the secret of the letter Teth. This is the oil which riseth like a serpent, the oil which thy father Jacob poured upon the stone in the house of strength. Verily he knoweth the secret of that stone, knoweth also the secret of the serpent, and in him shall be fulfilled the saying, when Israel was a child, then I loved him, and called out my son out of Egypt. And he who knoweth this shall be a measure of mercy, and all his work shall be rooted in the strength of my law. Comatant Teth, pronounced Taith, transcribed as T, the number 9, meaning serpent, the intelligence of the secret of all spiritual activities. The ancient form of the letter Teth was a crude picture of Italy in the form of a circle enclosing a cross. Miss Power MSPR number Arafal ORP. This is the sign of the name of names which none may utter. Again, it is the symbol of the tree of divine perfections, encircled by the power of the letters wherewith is formed the whole creation. Because the tele referreth to counting, to all the works of number. By this letter do I show, first, that all things are brought forth through number. Second, that all works of power accomplished by the wise have number for their foundation. For the circle of the tele is the coiled fiery power which cometh from the sun. To rule this thou must learn to count. Count aright, and thou shalt have oil for thy lamps, for the oil for lighting containeth the secret of the letter Teth. This is the oil which riseth like a serpent, the oil which thy father Jacob poured upon the stone in the house of string. This is the serpent of temptation, yet it cometh forth redemption. The serpent is the first appearance of the Anointed One, and that which casteth Adam out from the garden of the east. Even that shall bring him back once more to paradise. Thus in Teth is shown the secret, the going forth and the return. For Teth is the serpent coiled around Tau. This is the sign of the name of names, which none may utter. Again, it is the symbol of the tree of divine perfections, encircled by the power of the letters wherewith is formed the whole creation. Because the tele referreth to counting, and so to all the works of number. By this letter do I show, first, that all things are brought forth through number, and second, that all works of power accomplish great strength. The meditation on Teth, my secret wisdom, is hid in number, and in the sign of the tele is concealed the building of the whole creation. Number veileth the power of the Elohim. For number is that thick darkness whereof it is written, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And again, Tetragrammaton said that he would dwell in the thick darkness. Ye shall know that this darkness is Egypt. By the wisdom hidden in that darkness did Moses lead Israel forth. In the darkness, which is Egypt, is the darkness of number, concealing the one in the cloud of the many of that darkness. The serpent is a sign The great serpent, the royal snake of Egypt. This is the serpent of temptation. Yet from it cometh the king in the card holds the sacred lance, while the queen holds the holy grail. The weapons are held aloft by their children, whose positions speak of the twist of DNA and of the infinity symbol. Crowley was keen that this card not be looked at in isolation, but was to be read with card 14 in the Major Arcana. Art. There is an astrological reason for this, as the opposite card to Gemini is Sagittarius, which rules that card. These two cards are so complementary that they cannot be studied separately for full interpretation. It is wise then to either look for art in the reading you're doing, or take it from the back and lay it next to this one when it appears. The Lovers. Keywords: inspiration, intuition, childish, unrealistic, simple, union. It can help to look at the themes within this card. No 6, the Lovers. Keywords: inspiration, intuition, childish, unrealistic, simple, union. Crowley gave an alternative name to the card, the Brothers. The traditional meaning of this card, being one of choice and relationships, is sublimated by Crowley to mean an openness to inspiration and intuition. Due to the complicated nature of what Crowley was attempting to convey magically, this card can turn into the one of the hardest cards to fit into a more traditional tarot reading. It can help to look at the themes within the card. This is a union of opposites, but it is a royal marriage, and those are often the result of political expediency rather than great love. The twins arising from the union are more important, however, as these represent the card's affiliation with Gemini, ruled by Mercury. This should indicate a degree of communication and swift comprehension. In fact, it is more the intellectual ability to analyze that is being hinted at here. The querent is advised to analyze the situation. The magician's problem is to arrange them in proper order. In ceremonial magic, these implements are the staff, the cup of libations and divination, the magic sword and pentacle, talisman. On the pentacle are written or engraved words, numbers, geometrical figures, and sigils. These are determined by the nature of the magical operation to be affected by the powers they represent. In this instance, the sigil on the pentacle is the pentalpha, 5-pointed star or pentagram. Of this sign, Eliphas Levi says, the pentagram expresses the mind's domination over the elements, and it is by this sign that we bind the demons of the air, the spirits of fire, the specters of water, and the ghosts of earth. It is the star of the Magi, the burning star of the Gnostic schools, the sign of intellectual omnipotence and autocracy. It is the symbol of the Word made flesh. Guises in which counting is essential because they include rhythmic breathing and rhythmic intonation of divine names. In Hebrew, Shemen Lem Wam, SHMNLMAVR, oil for lighting is the number 667. This is the number of Sod, Ha, Pehulu, SVD, HBO, VLVTH, secretable spiritual activity.
Or is this terror meditation? Oh, Dr. Adams, welcome to Terror Meditation and Wisdom. I'm reading what's called a book. Many people here on Clubhouse have forgotten what these things are called books, but I have rediscovered them, and I am bringing them back to you all. Spiritual activity. So that you may enjoy life again and free yourself from this pit of hell known as Clown House. It is a genie bottle trapping countless thousands of innocent souls in despair and stupidity. But I have returned with what is called a book. Many, many men have forgotten what these are. But we shall return once again to the book. Number 9, the Hermit, the meditation on Yod. I am the creative hand, which fashioneth the worlds and establish the spheres, while yet the primal fire circleth untrammeled in the womb of space. That fashioning is not as the handiwork of man, it is my self-utterance through the voice of vision. By it I declare myself, yea, I utter myself as the Father of all, and from my fatherhood is the brotherhood of all creatures. Therefore do the wise see in the letter Yod the fatherhood of Chokmah, the unbounded wisdom which establisheth all. The Father, A.P., am I, the source of all. One in mine inmost being, 2 in my self-utterance, and 3 in my union with my divine manifestation, creating, preserving, transforming. Realization of I am the creative hand, which fashioneth the worlds and establishes the spheres, while yet the primal fire circleth untrammeled in the womb of space. Their fashioning is not as the handiwork of man.
beyond the fatherhood of Kogma, the unbounded wisdom which establisheth all, that Father be mine, the source of all, one in mine inmost being, two in my self-utterance, and three in my union with divine manifestation, creating, preserving, transforming, throughout ageless, endless ages. From my presence do all things derive their substance. From my power all movement beginneth, and my wisdom is the foundation of all knowing. Therefore is Yod the foundation of all the letters, and every letter exhibiteth Yod in its formation. By these 22 letters is the circle of creation described. The wise see the letter Yod, the fatherhood of God. Oh, Dr. Benji's back. You want to get your lick back, don't you, Dr. Benji? You want to get your dopamine off. You don't even have ears, you just have a mouth. Your ears have fallen off your head, Dr. Benji. I don't see any ears on your head. Hello?
Isn't it funny that there's the Ayatollah Khomeini, and then there's also the villain of the story, Khomeini? To pronounce it properly, assume that you were reading the word human as if you knew the laws of English and none of the rules as to what the correct pronunciation is. You then read it as human. That's pretty close. Maybe that's why everyone calls it hate. Oh, it's in the human Tasha. Nobody says random Tasha. But I'm just saying, like, it was ridiculous maneuver, and it happened so quickly, right? Like, if you track the story, they come up with this scheme for Purge Day, and like the next day, Mordecai's in sackcloth. 3 days later, Esther has fasted and puts forth a thing to the king. 1 day later, Haman is in the streets, and then the next day he's hung up on a pole. It's about a week. The salient points of the story, and like, there's no. You wouldn't accept this story as true if you put it on TV because it's too ridiculous. It's too. That's the problem. It's a comedy the likes of which reality does not give us. Right? It makes sense that, like, okay, the king gets replaced by the janitor. That makes sense in a comedy. When, like, the lives of your friends and family are all there, they're all on the line, and then, oops, the concubine conquered the royal advisor. Checkmate. It's absurd. It's too absurd to be true. Which is why it's the most ecstatic, joyful holiday. Because it's also, like, the most historically accurate Jewish holiday. Like, can't argue. Like, this happened. They have the whole record. And it happened outside of Israel. It happened in Persia. And it's a ridiculous story. Everyone should remember Purim. When did they change the name from Persia to Iran? Somewhere around the time they figured out Islam. Morons.
is this feast on a moon, on like a full moon? Meaning that like the, you know.
Our calendar, as all calendars originally were, are moon-based when it comes to months. The word month comes from a month, a cycle of the moon.
An aspect.
No, what I'm saying is humans from time immemorial have utilized the moon as a means of calendar. It is an extremely effective calendar that is useful to all humans on the entirety of the planet Earth. It's just the modern world is based off of the solar calendar, and we've already divided it into 12 portions, which we don't need anymore. The 12 are divided originally because of the moons. 12 moon cycles is roughly what you want to get towards the solar, which is why there's a lunar calendar, a solar, and a hybrid solar-lunar. I'm just saying it's etymology. It comes from the relationship to the moon because a moon cycle is very reliably 4 weeks, 28 days. And in the middle, you have a full beginning, you have a waxing moon, at the end, you have a waning looking up at the moon. These are just some of the ancient wisdoms that the Jews continue to teach themselves. But the reason it's often in the middle of the month is probably by degree. Like they know that there's always going to be a full moon in the middle of the month. That means extra light. That means a little bit safer outside. Also, biblically, we did have two holidays that were smack dab in the middle. Passover and Sukkot are both right in the middle of the month. And those are two of the most important holidays. They actually anchor the year. One is the autumnal holiday. The other is the vernal or spring holiday. Calendars.
So, like looking at this verse or this chapter, it's called Haman's Intention. It says, "Wherefore Haman sought to destroy all the Jews." So, do you think Judaism is like an all or nothing position and political? In essence, I mean, a lot of people who say that they hate the Zionists, like, I just don't see how Judaism is not political internally and externally. It is political, right? So I mean, it's an all or nothing position, and so Haman takes
all or nothing position. That feels like some absolutist thing. As I said, you say.
No, this is us. No, I mean, that's in cognitive behavioral therapy that a lot of people, one of the reasons why they have difficulty is because they're in a constant state of all or nothing positioning.
Okay, Judaism is not a position. Yeah, whatever the heck that means.
Only a fifth deals in absolutes.
Yeah, what do you mean? You mean like that people that are Jewish are in the tank for Judaism? Like,
no, I'm talking about in context of like a lot of these atheist rooms where they just think it's all bullshit, and so this is why I come up with the room saying it's low IQ dumb people who hate books, but also just words. They refuse to essentially engage in the play.
Yeah, fine. So, what does that do with all or nothing reasoning as it applies to Jews?
Because, like, I'm just saying that, with Haman here in the first semester 36, this is before Haman stopped to destroy all the Jews.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's like the yin to the yang. So there's this dualistic matching of opposites, which is like an essential philosophical tenet, I guess you could say. It's in Taoism, or Kabbalah.
You're wondering about the Jews? Like, I don't exactly understand your question.
I don't have a question per se. This room is
all or nothing reasoning. What were you seeing that made you say all or nothing?
Because, like, if politics is inherent in Judaism and Zionism, the opposite is true, meaning that there's Zionists and anti-Zionists, or there's Freemasons and anti-Freemasons, there's Christians and there are anti-Christians, I suppose. Like, every system has its opposite corollary politically, maybe not entirely esoterically, but politically. A lot of the Jew hate we are witnessing is, like, go to Dan Bilzerian's account and you can see that it's like stupidity upon stupidity. It's like a lack of understanding psychology and philosophy
reaction, meaning that there is a sentiment that Jews are the all or nothing root cause of all problems. And you see this with Elon Musk and all of these people that are essentially have like this anti-Jew sentiment in, this online platform. Not this platform, but like X, etc.
I think you misunderstand the role of the Jew in the modern discourse of politics. You're right that they are being used. There is a role for the Jew in the modern discourse of politics, but it has very little to do with Judaism, or really, I would say, anti-Semitism. It's not really about either of those things. It's more a marketing issue. It's a question of brand recognition. If I talk about my discovery of the cabal of Burmese bankers that were controlling the world, I get very smattering of applause. Nobody knows who the Burmese are. People don't know their history. I could pick, let's see, the Uyghur Turks, right? Where did the Uyghurs come from? And why did we care about the Uyghurs? And why have we never heard from them since? And what is their religious persuasion? It's not as effective to discuss areas that other people aren't even familiar with, right? Part of the reason people pick up talk about the Jews is because they don't have anything better to say. They haven't actually investigated any of the issues, but there is one sound that exists through all theories, in all cultures, and all histories, and when you make this sound, people will pay attention because maybe this guy has something to say. And strangely, that sound is Jew. When you say the word Jew, in whatever plan you have for your country, for your race, for your gender, people's attention perks up strangely. Start paying attention. It's sort of like a catch-22. On the one hand, they're familiar with the Jew, so they know, this is good. I can connect this to other ideas that I've had about the Jew. But on the other hand, they don't know anything about the Jews. So anything this guy is saying could be true. Could be gold. New information never heard before about how the Jews are controlling X. It's another point to consider. And you have to realize, it's not that it's true, or that anyone thinks it's true, but it's a new idea worth considering, and it connects to a whole bunch of other ideas through the magic of the word Jew. I could be talking about sporting events, gambling, crime, Islam, Mandarin. I could talk about any of it. And the word Jew will somehow fire off neurons in people's minds, connecting the truth of all of it. Now, the reason I highlight all of this, the effectiveness of the marketing title, that is the word Jew, the power it has over people's minds, it ends up being a canary in the coal mine, which is a metaphor which means it indicates something is wrong. When people utilize the word Jew in their theories and their discussions and debates, it shows everyone a new idea of something someone might be saying, and it also tells them you're a moron, that you're grabbing the literal bell sound to just grab my attention. You're not adding anything because all you did was say the word Jew, and everyone started to listen because maybe he had something. So it acts instead to identify who actually has something to say. Because I guarantee it's never the person that uses the word Jew.
So it's like a bell, basically. Is it like a mnemonic?
And like it got there, it has copyright. Through whatever millennia of weird quirks of fate, it has that. Just like the word God has that,
Yeah.
the word Jew has Jew.
Well, that's why I say there's a conspiracy amongst three-letter words. that it's all to bring you into the now. Because if you have a dog that's got to take a pee, you got to be present in the now to take that dog for a walk. But listen to this. I wanted to read you this. I found it. It says, when Mordecai caught up with the children, he asked one of them, recite for me the verse of scripture you studied today. He replied, be not afraid of sudden terror, neither the destruction of the wicked when it cometh. Proverbs 3:25. Second child followed him, saying, today in school I studied the verse, take counsel together, and it shall be brought to naught. Speak the word, and it shall not stand, for God is with us. Isaiah 8:10. The third added, even to old age I am the same, and even to hoar hairs I will carry you. I have made, and I will bear. Yea, I will carry and will deliver. Isaiah 46:4. When Mordecai heard these verses, he not only cheered up, he became jubilant. Haman asked him, what did the children say to you that make you so joyful? Mordecai replied, they gave me the good tidings that I need not fear the evil counsel you have devised against us. Enraged, wicked Haman said, I will make these children the first to feel the blow of my hand. So it's like Clown House, but I mean, when I listen...
That's a good measure. That measure just answered the question. Interestingly, in the letter of the Megillah that tells the whole story of everything that happened, his decree did include the children. He said from the sucking, from the elders that couldn't fight, to the children that didn't know anything. And this medrash is a classic style of medrash addressing an inherent question. Why would Haman want to do that? Right? Of course, nowadays with Hitler, we can say, okay, yeah, he get genocidal, he just want everyone gone. But to an ancient's mind, that's an objection to the question, to the story. He wouldn't want the kids dead and the elderly. What offense could they have done? Thus enters this story, explaining that the children were learning and it was a personal offense to Haman. Because they talked about how their God would destroy him because of his wickedness. So he did target the children.
So the people who wrote this, do you think, it's literal, and then they create more of a drama?
Well, it's questionable. Well, since the Midrash is written by their style, it's sometimes one or the other. Sometimes it's a story of what actually happened as was told from the ancestors. The commentators on the Megillah are not that far removed from the authors of the Megillah. Megillah is a very late book in Tanakh. It's after the destruction of the first state already. It's after a very developed state of Judaism with already a library and prophetic reasoning, and they already are capable of interpretation. So when they read this medrash, it could just be a story of what actually happened and what they pieced together as to why he made a decree on the children. Alternatively, it could be more a classic medrash in that it's not necessarily what happened, but it does explain a natural question in the text. Why would Haman target children? And then this story comes to explain. It's not a necessary story. It could have easily not happened, but it does add context to the decree on the children, which without this measure, we are left wondering why he decided to kill children.
So what do you think about this part here? It says, after he had set it up, he measured himself against it, and that a divine voice spoke up, saying, these gallows fit you fine. Indeed, these gallows have been ready for you ever since the 6 days of creation. And that's with regards to Haman. So, by setting up the gallows to kill Mordecai, he's killing himself. So it's
Well, they're commenting on it. This, again, could be a mixture of medrash throwing in. This is commenting saying that we know that he put up the gallows himself, which is already strange. He was an advisor to the king. He could have had a handyman do it, but he personally wanted to destroy Mordecai. And it's saying that he literally did use his own measurements. They're saying that they're highlighting another irony in this story, that not only was he tried on his own gallows, but he properly finished himself for his own gallows unintentionally.
says here, the Holy One heard the sound of their weeping at the end of the third hour of the night. In that instant, the Holy One rose from the throne of justice, seated himself on the throne of mercy, and asked, "What is this loud noise I hear, like that of kids and lambs?" Moses, our teacher, stood up before God and said, "Master of the universe, I shall look. These are neither kids nor lambs. They are the little ones of your people who have been fasting now for 3 days and 3 nights, and tomorrow, like kids and lambs, they will be made to stand up for slaughtering." With that, the compassion of the Holy One crested, and he broke the seals, tore up the letters of doom, and that night cast dismay on Ahasuerus.
Right, because that's the thing. If you track the story, it's really crazy how Ahasuerus it sort of turns on Haman. It starts with the first. It's really like seeded beautifully, like foreshadows. Like really, if you're paying close attention, at the beginning when Haman asks to destroy all of the Jews, he says there's like this evil people, and we're going to wipe them out, and I'm going to pay you for it. That's his first mistake, right? If there's a bunch of evil people in the kingdom, and you're killing them, right? And you're telling the king about this. You're like, "Hey, king, here's a bunch of evil people. We're going to wipe them out." Why would you be paying him for it? Shouldn't he be paying you? You're helping him. You're saving him from evil people in his kingdom. When Haman pays him, it's implicit that the king is going to lose out on this deal. That Haman feels the need to compensate him. It's some of these like little touches that pop up. But now the king doesn't comment on that. Oh, he does a little bit. He questions it at the time, and he gives him the raise, so he like pushes the authority off onto Haman. But he doesn't exactly know what's going on, and he doesn't trust this because earlier in the story, he also kills his wife, this king. Ahasuerus killed Vashti because she wouldn't show up and dance in front of his friends. And his advisor, right? So Ahasuerus has a weird relationship with his advisors. His advisor says, "Oh, just kill her because she should have done what the king said." And the king did kill her. Which was a bit of a mistake because she was the one with the royal blood. He was more like a general that married him, so he was a little insecure about it. Either way, he has her executed, and when he sobers up the next day, realizes that was a terrible mistake. He shouldn't have killed his wife, and he's really upset about it. To which his advisors come with more ideas. They say, "Oh, we'll give him extra wives." That's where he gets Esther from, right? Because he killed Vashti, he finds Esther in the beauty contest and throws her into the harem. Plus, they make a decree throughout all of Persia. You'll love this decree. All women must obey their husbands. So that should settle the issue that the king was having with his wife. So you see the king doing these like big, broad decrees because of failings in his personal life. But because of those, now Esther's there. When Haman has his strategy to like kill all of the Jews, Mordecai immediately goes into like sackcloth, and he is praying for salvation. Esther hears about the sackcloth. She also heard about the decree, but like she was more concerned about the sackcloth. And she asks him what he's doing. They bigger a little bit, and eventually they get Esther to fast and show up before the king. Okay, so she shows up before the king. Here's the big trick. Here's the move. When she shows up, she's putting her life on the line because they could kill her, but he grants her a favor. She's allowed to talk to him. She doesn't tell him immediately. Here's the interesting move. This is brilliant. This is like Jedi mind level conspiracy. Watch out for the Jews because they will control you. This is what she does. She invites the king to a banquet in private with her and Haman. That's the move. The whole move. She's a concubine. She doesn't have a lot. She does that. Tonight there's going to be the special banquet, right? King's curious. He doesn't know. They go to the banquet. Haman's there. Ahasuerus, Esther. Again, she doesn't tell him what's going on. She invites him to the next night. For whatever reason, she doesn't tell everything on that night. She waits one more night. After the banquet now, this is when the king can't sleep. When Esther invited Haman to the private banquet, he can't sleep anymore. He's not sure why he can't sleep. And here's where like the divine intervention comes in and really makes it ridiculous. He can't sleep, so he asks his attendant to read to him from his diary. So so that he can get like bored and go to sleep. And the diary opens up to the page that talks about when Mordecai the Jew saved the king by foiling an assassination attempt from Big Son Zeresh. Now, remember, the king can't sleep, and he's like anxious. He hears the story, he's like, oh, great. And this is kind of similar to what he's thinking about. Like, what if someone's trying to kill the king? Oh, well, look, here's Mordecai. He saved the king's life. What happened to Mordecai? And the detective tells him, nothing. We forgot about it. We never did anything about it. And this is like now here's the other bit. While the king is in there, he can't sleep. He sees in the courtyard, right? It's Haman. Haman that very same night, because he had gotten invited to the banquet, he saw that Mordecai was still disheveled in the street, that poor, decrepit Jew, and he decides he's not going to wait until the purge date he's scheduled. He's going to kill Mordecai tomorrow. So that very night, he's building the gallows in the king's courtyard while the king can't sleep. And here's the story of Mordecai. Because Haman is right there and the king can see him and can't sleep and wants to settle this problem that Mordecai was never given a reward, he invites Haman in and he asks him to answer a question for him because he's an advisor, so that's what he does. He says, what should I do? What should happen to the man that the king wants to honor? Now this, if you're a careful reader, will be the one bit of prophecy that exists in the whole Megillah. It comments on what Haman was thinking at the time. And it says that Haman thought the king was talking about him. There's no way we could prove that. Haman didn't write the Megillah, but it is the one bit of prophetic text in the Megillah that says Haman thought to himself, the king must be talking about me. So he comes up with a strategy because he thinks they're buddy-buddy. They're about to purge the Jews. He just got invited to the banquet. He's building the gallows for Mordecai. So he says, here's what you do to somebody you want to honor. You give him the king. His clothes. You give him the king's horse. You carry him to the city and you say, this is what happens to the man the king wants to honor. Right? Classic story. And of course, the king, hearing the subtext, wanting to be settled, and sees in Haman's eyes that he wants the king's robes. This is like, it's late at night, and this is all like merging into his dream. Like, he's not sure why he can't sleep. There's a story about someone assassinating the king, and now he asks Haman what to do to praise the guy, and Haman starts talking about how to be the king. So the king snubs him on the nose a little bit. He says, great, that's a wonderful idea. Go do that for Mordecai. This is when, like, the floor falls out from under Haman. Because he's been rolling along, succeeding, planning his first day, invited to special banquets. And now he has to put Mordecai onto the king's special horse and the king's special clothing and carry him through the town like a servant. The very guy that he was just trying to murder. So this is where it starts to break down. As he takes Mordecai to the city, because he does actually have to do it, they also say that Haman, before he became advisor, was actually a barber. And because Mordecai had been in mourning, right, he was concerned about purge day, he looked disheveled, and Haman actually even had to snip Mordecai's hair. So he cleaned Mordecai up nice for the parade. And after the parade, he gets like garbage thrown at him because it's like, big parade and stuff. His wife tells him that maybe it's not a great idea to turn against the Jews. But at that late time, it is too late. He's on to the second banquet. And this is where it all comes to a head. That's where he falls down on his knees. And the king accuses him of trying to steal his wife. And Haman that day gets himself and his 10 kids all killed. And the Jews still survived the first day. Crazy story.
That was amazing.
That story.
Now I don't have to go to shul.
No, you have to hear it every year. This is a ridiculous story. You have to look into the details of this story. It's so absurd.
the cedar tree say, hang Haman on me, on the tree that he in fact prepared for himself, versus all these other like divine trees like the pomegranate, the etrog, the fig tree, etc. Why is it that the cedar tree? Is it because Haman chose the cedar tree to hang, Mordecai?
I don't know if there's other references to the cedar, could be, but it's crazy that like he was plotting murder that fell upon him.
I like this part. As Mordecai mounted the horse, he kicked Haman, and which Haman said, Mordecai, rejoice not when thine enemy falleth. Proverbs 24. Mordecai replied, wicked one, my people were told, you shall tread on their backs. It's an amazing reversal. It's
such an absurd reversal. Because the Jews were destated. They were an itinerant nomadic people that were surviving on their wits, and this could have been the end of them by decree.
This is this part. It says, for Mordecai was great in the king's house, and his fame went forth throughout all the provinces. Esther 9:4. Coins bearing the name Mordecai circulated throughout Persia's provinces. What were the effigies on his coins? Sackcloth and ashes on one side, and a golden crown on the other. So it's absolutely black and white, yin and yang, dualistic. I don't know, it's just I'm surprised there's no movie called Mordecai, because how could Mel Gibson not want to tell this story, because it's so fantastical.
There are movies, they don't capture it. They can't dance it. The best adaptation I think is Aladdin. Aladdin's the closest. It has that's a poem story. It's not. I just highlight that the themes are pretty similar. You've got an evil advisor, a doting king, princess, and a street urchin that has a magical force that's able to assist them. It's not one-to-one, but the stories are pretty close. They just don't. It's amazing, beautiful, crazy intrigue that flips on its head in a second. I've never seen it. What about Django? That's kind of easy, right? Django. It's not Django. Alright, this is not a very good example.
It says, then Mordecai understood that the Holy One had performed a miracle on his behalf, so he raised his voice and said to Haman, you are the biggest fool in the world. Here I am, seated in ashes, my body is filthy, and I am to wear royal apparel? It is not the seemly thing to do. I shall not put these on until I bathe and have my hair short. So Haman, it's so crazy. It's
I'm a hairstylist.
Yeah. Wicked one, did I not know your father, who for 20 years was bath attendant and barber in the village of Pirianos? What do you think about his name, Haman? Because it's woman, whoa man, or ha man. So it's a pun. Yeah, Haman. It's a pun.
All that is the Jewish humor of divine justice, right? You plot murder, the last act you do is being the one to beautify the righteous man before he is paraded through town. It's what befalls the wicked, right? What was the 1 ounce of good left in Haman? He knew how to clean a haircut. And Mordecai took that from him too.
I don't know, have you ever seen Superman when he fights Bizarro Man, or Bizarro Superman? It's his antithesis Superman. It literally, Mordecai and Haman is what are some other examples of Mordecai and Haman in popular, I know you said, the Disney, essentially Disney uses this foil. I mean, it's Shakespearean, right?
Yeah. Disney was not stupid when they made Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. They were stupid when they tried to remake it. No, they're pulling off of legends and tropes. Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, try to innovate with like more modern ones like Mary Poppins, 101 Dalmatians, but Disney was a technology company. It is a technology company. Cinema is a technology field, especially the propaganda capacity of cinema. Cameras are the ones that innovated in that most. But, Disney knows how to utilize propaganda. They're just sort of doing it for modest capitalistic goals.
What about the Seven Dwarves of Auschwitz? Did that inspire them? Like, I don't know the timelines.
No, I don't know about the dwarves. I should have never heard that. But Snow White and the Dwarves is a story. Snow White and Rose Red was an older story. Part of how Germany united as a state was by the sharing of legends and fairy tales. The Brothers Grimm were actual people. They were uniting all of Germany with their shared stories. And the Brothers Grimm were pretty good. It's very close. But that was them trying to track the oral tradition of Germany as a means of uniting it, because they were several separate kingdoms under separate authorities, with separate religions. But the stories and the linguistics really tied them together. And there's some anti-Semitism there. But what can you do? But that's what Disney was doing. They were grabbing mythology and making it real with images, because then you control all the people. Right? If I own the correct version of Snow White, then I control your dreams, basically. That's why they use that stuff. They're mostly pretty benevolent with it. Yeah, but nobody's ever depicted the Perm story properly. They've tried.
Well, even though we may not have a video other than my live stream to commemorate this conversation, I feel like we've done it in our imaginations. And that's good enough.
Yeah, probably. I think it's just like, hanging. That's fine. Another one. That's enough.
So do you think Adolf Hitler was aware of the story of Mordecai, Ahasuerus, and
No. But they didn't vote Perm Fest at the hanging of sorry, I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, so I'm like not 100% Nuremberg trial.
Oh, you mean the 10 that were hung on Nuremberg with their connection with that and the Perm story? Could be. I don't know. 10 is it? Nuremberg.
I wonder what kind of wood they used.
Oh, when they hung the Nuremberg? I don't know. Okay.
Or even, what was the guy who went to Argentina and extracted some of the former Nazis, like the Nazi hunter guy, who's that famous dude? Anyways, I wonder what they hung people with in Israel, like if they hung them on cedar tree or had like some component of the gallows. You don't know who that famous Nazi Rudolph, or I can't remember his name.
Eichmann, you're talking
capture. Like it's like some famous Mossad operation or Israeli.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if they, like in Israel, when they do capital punishment, like do they use actual leaven, like cedar wood from cedar wood? I wonder. I could Google it, but I'm not going to. Maybe I'll Google it. Let's see.
What do you use for Saddam? Did they hang him?
Yeah, they hanged him in Iraq.
Oh, that's justice. Justice comes for all of us.
Yeah, a lot of. I'm reading an article about. It's called "A Cedar of Lebanon" by Amy Newman Smith. Fall 2016. Pumpkin Flowers: A Soldier's Stories. A Soldier's Story. It's about Israeli soldiers in Lebanon. Hezbollah flag flies over the remains of the Pumpkin Fort in southern Lebanon, 2002. Okay, everybody, shalom, another Shabbos miracle. All right, this has been fun. This has been Low IQ Dumb People Who Hate Books and Words, which is Clown House. Welcome. I don't know. Chris, did you want to say anything? I know you raised your hand earlier, but for whatever reason I couldn't accept the He's like, let me try to invite you if you want to say something. Yeah, I didn't get to read the Megillah like yesterday. They were doing it every 30 minutes.
Yep.
But I don't know. I did it a couple of years ago. And I chanted it in Hebrew. You know, if I read the English version, is it just the story or what is it exactly? Maybe I should Google it.
Yeah, it's the story. It's got all the components in it. It's technically the letter that Mordecai wrote at the end of the story, explaining everything that had happened and preparing the Jews for the warfare, and then the success of the warfare. Like, man, it worked. So it's like it's the diary that sort of the official record Mordecai wrote afterwards, explaining everything.
It says, blessed are you, Lord, our God, King of the universe, who has granted us life, sustained us, and enabled us to reach this occasion. Amen.
Yeah, those are the blessings.
Yeah, it's 13 pages long. Yeah, it's exactly what I just read in this book that I have here. The 10 sons of Haman, the son of Hamadatha, the adversary. After reading, the reader recites the following: only if a minion is present, and those listening answer amen as indicated. Blessed are you, Lord God, King of the universe, who wages our battles, defends our rights, avenges the wrong done to us, punishes our oppressors in behalf, and brings retribution upon all our mortal enemies. Blessed are you, Lord, who exacts payment in behalf of his people Israel from all their oppressors, God who delivers them. Amen. The rose of Jacob, thrilled with joy, exalted when they beheld Mordecai garbed in royal blue. You have always been their salvation, their hope in every generation. Make known that all who place their hope in you shall not be put to shame, nor shall all those who trust in you be disgraced forever. Cursed be Haman, who sought to destroy me. Blessed be Mordecai the Jew. Cursed be Zeresh, the wife of Haman.
terrified me. Blessed be Esther, interceded on my behalf. Cursed be all the wicked, blessed be all the righteous, and may Harvona also be remembered favorably.
Become Carbonaza Carbonato.
Harvona, what is that?
Carbona is, again, like an ironic little bit. Remember I told you the king kept having like advisors that pop up and give him like a terrible idea? So at the end, when Ahasuerus sees Haman in his bedroom with Esther, and he says, "That's it, I'm totally gonna kill you." How did Ahasuerus know that the gallows were out there? One of his advisors pops up out of nowhere, a guy named Carbona, and he goes, "Hey, Haman was making gallows the king's courtyard the other night." And also remember Carbona to be remembered for good.
He's the whole. Harvona is a man or a woman?
He's a guy. He's one of the advisors. He pops up at the end and goes, "Hey, there's gallows right over there, king."
It says here that the Ibn Ezra comments on the verse and explains that Harvona may have been Eliyahu Hanavi, the man who always comes to our rescue whenever we need him. He comes to every Brit Milah circumcision and every Passover Seder table. That's interesting.
There's also, that's the thing that Harvona is Eliyahu. Eliyahu is reported to show up and save Jews whenever, because he never technically died, because he went up to heaven in a fiery chariot. But Harvona is an illustration of how tenuous this salvation was. If Harvona was not there, maybe Haman could have talked him out of it. This is a deep relationship. He just needs a few words. Harvona comes in at the last second, and he goes, "Hey, we can kill him right now. There's gallows over there."
So what is that character? There's a lot of Harvonas in movies then. It's like the Legend of Bagger Vance, right? Or it's like some mystery character. What is that in literature? Like the mystery character that comes in, performs a random miracle, and you're like, whoa, how did this whole thing just change?
Broadly it's Deus Ex Machina. But if you look at the story, it really should have fallen apart right then, as soon as someone has a chance to explain himself. The fact that Harvona, a non-character in the story, pops up to say, "Hey, let's kill him quick."
It says here the lesson is very fitting for the holiday of Purim, which is characterized as a holiday of covered miracles. In fact, it's intriguing that the entire Megillah Esther, God's name is not mentioned even once.
That is correct.
This symbolizes the character of the holiday of Purim and what can be gained from it. We need to keep our eyes open for all of the Harvonas out there and pay attention to the messages they bring. May we all extract a little bit of spiritual electricity of Purim and ignite the rest of the year with it.
And also remember Harvona Zehalatov.
Zehalatov. So it's the entire Megillah Esther, God's name. So God's name isn't mentioned.
Not once. In fact, because of that, a lot of scribes practice on Megillahs. Because if you make a mistake, it's not the same rules as if God's name is there. So even though mezuzahs, which are very small scrolls and don't have a lot of words on them, are shorter, easier to produce, because God's name is written in them, they're tougher. Right? There's tons of Megillahs. Every sofer is practicing on a Megillah. If he makes a mistake, he doesn't have to worry about God's name being erased. That's a great holiday. I love Purim.
Yeah, I'm looking at somebody's YouTube. It's 20 hours ago. The title is The Hidden Hero of Purim, Harvona's Mysterious Role in Haman's Downfall.
Yeah.
It's called NETIV, which is Virtual Torah Learning for Noah Hides.
For Harvona. Because the story looks ridiculous, and then at the end, you need Harvona to just go quick.
Harvona. How does that word break down in Hebrew, I guess?
No, it's not Hebrew. Don't forget, they're in the Persian court. Most of these names are Persian. Ahasuerus, Xerxes, or Darius. One of those folks.
leave this room, you're more than welcome to stay or just end it. Danny, Abe, anything you want to say as we enter the Shabbos? Is that another photo of me? I screenshotted the other one. That's Tim. He's potato farmer. He's farming potatoes. Yeah, that is Tim. Look at that guy. Look at the heart of hate. The leprechaun. He did? Yeah. Oh, that's good, Dennis. Chris, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to say, great room, guys. Great conversations, great intellectual, intellectualizing and reading books. That's what we all need.
I agree. Have you gone on the MCG? Oh, yeah.
What?
Context protocol.
Have you looked into Gemini's Flash Pro? Images, it's crazy. Crazy. The magnetic power.
Yeah, no,
Gemini Flash Pro, what do you do with it? What are you creating with it?
this one, let me see. A unique thing this one can do is you can generate text and images. It's like simultaneously throughout its output, which actually, believe it or not, is kind of new. Other model that's didn't really do that. But I didn't really need to get using Sonic 3.7. But this MCP, the model context protocol is like a game changer for someone like me who has like I don't know how to code. So this really changes things. It makes it basically where it can integrate with anything, sort of.
Have you been using Cursor at all?
Yeah. I just got it like a few weeks ago.
I'm literally a brain dead retard when it comes to programming. But the schools programs, you can one shot with these things. It's incredible. It's the most amazing thing. I just wish it was more open source, there's models that can compare, but it's gonna come down to size. DeepSeek R1 was the game changer, demonstrating that hey, we can make these models super, super small, the parameters, and they're still as functional as GPT-4 or 4.5, whatever. Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, did you say
It destroyed the stock market as well. So nuts. Yeah, it's they were
you looked at
it was really.
Manus thing?
I haven't.
Manus, AI, it's doing the same thing right now. But go on, I'll play it after. It's not a model, it's just a thing on it.
Yeah, with DeepSeek, these big companies like ChatGPT, OpenAI partnering up with Microsoft, they're wanting to build these huge data centers. But this this fintech from China said, screw it, we're gonna release it, open source everything, and make it into a fucking commodity instead of something gatekeeped. It's insane. It's so crazy.
Yeah, I think that's changed everything. It's changed the whole dynamic. But yeah, there's it's called Manus, MANUS. It's still private invitation only right now. But there's an open Manus, which is a open source large version of it, the whole people go and access to Manus. It's not a model. It's a wrapper. It's basically they're using Sonnet 3.5 as a wrapper, and they've managed to integrate all sorts of tools. And I can't imagine
older than your grandma is dying, and like you perform like at a 100% level or whatever. Yeah, it's literally like a decline. I thought. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's like you're getting better like results from like these, neural networks just by like putting better shit into it, by better prompting. It's crazy to think about. Oh yeah. What's not that crazy necessarily, but what is interesting is
Hello? Hello?
updated its figures to review the huge sum, which comes from a combination of canceling contract leases, stopping fraudulent or improper payment, and canceling grants. The Elon Musk-led agency has also been cutting workforce numbers and changing various programs. Doge said that the estimated $115 billion in savings, saving the average of $714.29 per taxpayer. Website basis, the average save per taxpayer off the 2022 figures of 161 million individual income taxpayers. So, and it goes on to break this whole thing down in greater detail.
Yeah, man, I don't know how you sit
About an hour, over an hour. I said this is part of the month. And almost immediately in the chat, the Facebook Messenger chat, which is like the phone, somebody pointed out that assertion by Musk and all needs to be challenged or has been challenged. Now, obviously, the people who run this website did, as Musk has a motivation to show that they're making great savings, they apparently have a motivation to show that he has not. So I cannot tell you with any degree of accuracy who's right or who's wrong about this. But the site is called mustwatch.com. And they have this thing they call the Doge tracker. And according to mustwatch.com,
introduction, because the introduction itself was relatively short. The apology probably was just as long as the introduction. I will start calling people in the order in which I see them on the stage, and I'm so happy to see so many people want to sound off on this. And today that order begins.
Nothing could be further from the truth. It is the interior nervous organism, not the external organs, that is always meant in phallic symbolism. And the force that works through these interior centers is the great magical agent, the divine serpent fire. We have the almost superhuman task of creating a new set of associations with the word sex, because after all, certain aspects of the truth must be worked out to practical application through exercises which will lead only to most terrible results unless the minds of those who undertake them are first completely purged. False modesty must be replaced by a high and reverential attitude of respect for the centers where the fire of life is most active in the human body. The Hebrew fourth red is Kav, QV, which adds to 106 the value of the letter name, and VN. Comment on noon.
They don't pay us, but they don't shop. Yeah. And I got Alexander, y'all, so please, that's not like he's very just interested. But y'all are generous, yeah, so I'm just the evidence that I have the ability to post results. And I probably better be back around. What the fuck? Oh my god. What? You can't sign it. Wait a second. Where is it?
Cameron wanted to speak.
Maybe I'm not saying what's from James. Mojo, you got? We have advocates for speakers now. What do we need to, okay? Yeah, so I'm going to put the evidence. Thank you, love. I appreciate you. I'm going to put the evidence in the chat. Says Alexander wants to play I'm white and I say so. What I said was 100% facts. The Hispanic community has been extremely racist and evil towards Black Americans in Southern California. There's no black and brown love. And I will put the evidence to back up my statements in the chat. Checkmate.
Do you know when how the whole when the LA Hispanic gangs, for example, started the whole sundown town shit where they wouldn't allow black people in their neighborhood at night? What was really funny about that is that it actually the catalyst for it was not it was not gang related. There was a Mexican man who was walking home with groceries and some blacks decided it'd be okay to basically shoot him and execute him and steal whatever shit he had. And the Mexicans basically said, well, fuck this shit. Instead of having to rely on the police, which obviously isn't working, we're just not going to let these blacks into our neighborhood, and we're going to enforce it with violence. And you say it's horrific, but what I think is horrific is just hardworking Mexicans, and you have this hardworking Mexican dad coming home with some food. He's walking home, for Christ's sake, and then some feral black people end up shooting him, and they just want to stop their community from being great.
There's no evidence for that, right? That's not happening. The reason why Hispanics became, first of all, you gotta understand in Hispanic culture in Latin America, there's already an anti-black sentiment. They have something called la raza, which means improving the race, right? They literally say in Spanish that mixing with white people is improving the race. So actually, how is that a lie? It's about territory, right? So as Hispanic populations begin to grow in the Mexican mafia, begin to grow in large numbers, and gangs begin to grow, they wanted more territory. And so they began to say that black people had to get out of neighborhoods, and they started to squat up. You also had a motherfucking Mexican army that was coming over, posing as gangs, doing teaching gangs paramilitary tactics to ethnically cleanse black people out of their communities.
Mexicans voluntarily train these people. Is that what your claim is?
They had paramilitary from the Mexican military, yes, that taught gangs and joint gangs, and tactics that ethnically cleanse.
No, I said it's going to the next level. Oh my God.
Also had the Latin. You also had the Mexican mafia that called for, the Mexican mafia to head. The cartels, the Mexican mafia.
No, the cartels are the Mexican mafia. They're not MA. It's not MA. Okay, they run over the Serranos, which are they're not from Mexico. They're Mexican Americans. And they run the prisons in Mexico, and they call the shots for all of the southern Hispanic gangs.
The Mexican mafia called for the ethnic cleansing of black people out of black neighborhoods. Right? Said, look, our numbers are growing and expanding. We're going to have to cleanse and we're going to take over their territory. So this was what this was about. Partly it was about drug money, and then it worked its way up over time. But it wasn't about gang shit. It made its way out of the gang culture, and it made its way into everyday life, where everyday Mexicans, hardworking Mexicans, right?
Yeah, black people never do anything wrong.
When you have hardworking Mexicans, right, who were discriminated against black people in hiring, and then even going as far as terrorizing black people in the workforce. Again, I'm going to put all the evidence in the chat to back up my statement. I'm going to put the evidence in the chat. It's not bullshit. You'll see it for yourself. Where you come from? You're going to find the I'll find it for you. Thank you. Here's the issue. People say that something's 100% fact, and then they say that they're going to post something in the chat. Really, what they're going to post, I guarantee you that what's going to get posted is going to be an opinion piece. But feel free to bring these things. That'll be fine. Why don't you let me finish speaking? I didn't speak. I'm just gonna weigh in here and just say that I would bet that whatever you post is going to be an opinion piece. I don't think that, sir, with all due respect, I don't think you're an expert on the Mexican mafia.
I mean, the Mexican mafia.
I'm only speaking to the fact that the Mexican mafia called for the ethnic cleansing of black people.
They didn't call for it. The Mexican mafia is nothing more. Jesus Christ, when you go to prison, okay, just like how you have the Serranos, you have the Norteños, you have the Fresno Bulldogs, you have all of the different cars that people have to roll in fucking prison, and then you have in Arizona, it's rather similar, except for we have Paisas and Chicanos instead of Norteño Serrano. Now, what you're stating is that, okay, Southern Hispanic gangs, which are largely not people of Mexican, they're not Mexican nationals. In other words, these are people that are generally more than one generation American. These people control the Southern Hispanic gangs. The reason why there's even a Norteño versus Serrano is very similar to Arizona, where it's Chicano versus Paisa. The Paisas, the people born in Mexico, they largely were the fruit pickers in Northern California. The Mexican Americans did not get along with the Mexican nationals. It exists to this day, but obviously it's kind of evolved. These people are not. They have. I'm not going to say they don't have ties to Mexican cartels. I'm sure they do when it comes to dealing drugs and shit. But these are not. This is not like a mafia that comes from Mexico. It's fucking fascinating about that. Mexican mafia called for the ethnic cleansing of black Americans out of their communities. I don't give a fuck about their history or their dynamics. That's irrelevant to me. Not the truth. You guys are you have to look at it for yourself. I already put one link in. I'm going to put more in.
These Latinos bias in Southern, they're biased in Northern California as well. Playing my poor baby because she was black. That's sad. I can't go on and protest with some
It screams African unmixed.
Why does it matter what I am?
Because, I mean, it's very different when somebody whose family flies here somehow insert themselves into.
Like that.
Yes, I am going to. Because I'm not gonna go to Serbia. Okay, so you're an African, that's why you're African. The reason. I'm not gonna go to Serbia and claim that you and it's not gonna happen. So I'm one of their people.
That's what he looks like. Like an Italian Joey that I used to go to school.
Oh, amazing. Arabic's a language. Yeah, so I mean,
You're trying to tell me who you think I am.
you're not an African American. You're literally somebody of African descent, aren't you? As a fucking FBA.
You don't know what I am, fool.
I have a question for the room. Anyone can answer. Sorry, I muted myself. Anyone can answer this question. If you could be born of any gender, race, any country, sexual orientation, I'd love to hear what people would want to be born as. If they had control, where would you want to be born? What would your identity be?
Straight man, so that's all people. Straight white man, USA. Simple answer. Yep. I'd like to be born as specifically to Dick Wellington, who wanted to find us from Great Britain here that flowed out of borders and was a strategic genius.
Somebody with the name of Ninja, who's says Black American male. So I think that's interesting because I've been led to believe on this app that that is a description of people that have it really bad. And so I'd love for Ninja Police to come up here and talk.
That's wonderful.
Someone's black, regardless of their accent. The reverberations that you see through your sinus cavities in your nose are different. And black people, I sound like a foreign 100% amazing. That being said, your nose, your sinuses, your voice. I am just astonished that Rutgers hasn't moved.
I found this crystal bottle at the thrift store for only $12. I'm going to trade it to this glass bag and sell it for $100. If you're buying it from this thrift store, then you'll see how beautiful the crystal is after you go research where it's from. I wanted to refund because I said I made these glass bags when I got on sale. So much stuff filled with giant spikes, crazy.
So you have some
Not just, just stuff.
Whatever their job description is, people
I was asking the question was, can you describe it?
process of citizenship. So if ICE is, they are supposed to, it's changed, right? So ICE was established when, their job description is not to,
I got like this badge, but they transfer black and clear.
Mike, can you read to me? Can you read to me what the job description is? Somebody click that. This is a problem for all of you. That's you're picky and choosy about when you want to push back on authoritarianism from the government. It counts in the states government every time we ever said this problems. It's just selective with it. We have all of these problems. Government
okay, cry, took everything on my head.
No, I mean, you're still on those nuts. We're not going to let you. I mean, we're going to let you.
Radio station, they're on the radio. They said exactly. They said we were complaining too much. They said we complain too much, we whine too much. So there it is. So all right, we're not complaining now. We're gonna do exactly what the Hispanics told us to do. Stop complaining. So we're not complaining now. We're doing exactly what the Hispanics told us not to do. We've never done that. Listen, let me see what we have never been number one. We've always been number one on this country. We are the main dish. You are the side dishes. White supremacy has always held us up as the main dish. White supremacy loves to devour us, eat us. That's how this has been that way for 400 plus years. So let me explain something to you. We ain't new to this. We are true to this. There's nothing they can unleash on us that they haven't unleashed on us for 4 centuries in this country. Y'all the ones crying.
You can do whatever fucking side dish or main dish you want. I don't care.
That's not hold your own nuts and don't ask why we ain't there. Hold your own nuts.
That's actually where we were.
We get shit done. That's what it is.
We get shit done. We get shit done. Look, that's actually what we get shit done. That's actually where you are.
Black folks ain't never looked to Hispanics and say, where are you? Because you were never there in the first place.
We're cleaning the room. We're fucking doing all the shit you lazy ass can't.
You're cleaning the room because you came from a failed state of low IQ people, and you had to come to a country that we built and that we made prosperous, and we made prosperous, and we made prosperous, and we made a greater country. Like, yes, let me tell you something. From the 1965 Civil Rights Act and Dr. King supporting the Hart Summit Act, your Mexican ass would still be in Mexico. In fact, you wouldn't even be considered a human in this country because before the Hart Summit Act, Mexicans were prohibited in large numbers to be able to immigrate here. So your existence is because of the work that we put in.
No, we are not. You realize that was here as soon as we won the Mexican American War. That's not the point. We took it in a place that was largely Hispanic, largely Catholic, largely Spanish speaking. So Hispanic culture has been part of the United States since the 80s.
We didn't say Hispanic culture. We said the number of Hispanics in this country was small compared to now because it was prohibited for large numbers of Hispanics. To this country in large numbers. That is a fact. And it wasn't until the Hart Summit Act and Dr. King supporting the Hart Summit Act. And in fact, you know what's so crazy, right? You had Cesar Chavez at that time who actually was kind of against the Hart Summit Act, against illegal immigration and large amounts of illegal immigration because he said it drives wages down. But yet, still, Dr. King supported the Hart Summit Act. Without that, you wouldn't have had nearly the numbers that Hispanics had. And in fact, Hispanics, when the few that were here in this country, you were treated like shit. You were segregated, you were marginalized, you weren't even allowed to go to the same schools as white folks. And we still fought for your ass and died so that we can have desegregation and we can have the Brown versus the Board of Education, which allowed you to be able to be integrated and go to white schools, you dumb fuck. Of the population, sir. They were not 50%, they were not 40%, but they were less than 2% of the population in the Southwest. Stop.
Happened to be Hispanic, happened to be Catholic, happened to be Spanish.
In the Southwest, again, they were treated, they were segregated, and they were treated like class citizens. And yet still, our fight and the civil rights movement gave them their freedoms, and gave them the rights, and gave them full citizenship in this country. It was us. It wasn't them. They were all like that. And Hispanics at this time were fighting to be recognized as white. You had LULAC, the organization United States of America. LULAC was arguing to have Mexicans identified as white. In fact, the heads of LULAC said that they do not stand in connection or community with the Negro. They said, let the Negro find his own war. I'll put it in the chat to prove these clowns are liars and what you're talking about. I'll put the evidence in the chat, clown. I'll put it in the chat, clown, to show you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you loser. You're wrong. Yes, LULAC fought for Hispanics, Mexicans to be identified as white. And in fact, chapter from the head of LULAC and what he said about blacks in America. Our conversation is about LULAC saying these people are white. They were fighting for Mexicans to gain white status. That is a fact. That's what I said. Don't try to twist what I said around. I'm going to say it again. What I said was LULAC literally fought to have identified as white to gain white status. That's what I said around. And that's what they were doing. Mexicans weren't trying to fight for their freedoms. They was trying to fight to be identified as white. That's what their leaders were doing. That's what their leaders were doing. I'll put it in the chat. They wanted white status. They wanted to be recognized by the government as white. LULAC fought for that. Trying to gain white status. Stop trying to. I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to wiggle your way out of it. I said they were trying to gain white status. White status. See how white people are here? Yes, they said that they were fighting for white status, bitch. No, what plan? I'm trying to tell me what my plan was. I'm very clear what my plan was. I don't care what you heard. I'm telling you what I said. What I said was that the LULAC fought for white status for Mexicans. So I'm white. They did not see themselves in allyship with America. They were treated like third-class citizens. They were treated like third-class citizens. And at the end of the day, you bitch, at the end of the day, they were arguing that they wanted to be identified by the government as white. That's what I was fighting for. That's what LULAC wanted everybody to come in the room. And then everybody, I want you to look at what LULAC, the head of LULAC said about black America. What did he say about black Americans? He literally said, we are nothing like the Negro. We are not standing community with the Negro. And I just think you got there.
Trying to see if we can get somebody on it anybody. So we could actually have a conversation after lunch just crashing out the windows every time.
He's crashing out when I started talking.
Conversation.
Marshall started to yell when I started to talk.
Yeah, Marshall struck too. I didn't start to yell. Okay. I just had this claim was the LULAC said they wanted to be white. So please, the whole LULAC asking you to put something that you're claiming is not yelling, it's asking you to do more of your intellectual claiming in the first place.
Okay, so I'm going to say it again. I said that LULAC was fighting to be recognized as white by the United States government.
Quote me the damn thing. I don't need your flipping claim. I need you to quote me what you said.
Yeah. So I just quoted to you what I just said.
No, put it in the chat.
Absolutely no problem at all.
From LULAC website, anything denoting what LULAC said. That was their
policy intent. I want to see it because I have one absolutely. Also, can actually sell it.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, people in the chat, because Marshall doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. You could literally Google it. It's not hard to find. Like, if even people in the chat, Marshall is saying,
Dr. Jordan, can you mod Marshall or somebody?
While you're on it, please don't do that.
Marshall won't kick in.
Yes, he got tickets me out all the time. Marshall is kicking me out that road. You liar. Marshall is kicking me out. You gotta be lying.
I just don't know what's on.
Pseudoscience, but as someone who has useless degrees in science, has multiple ones, I will tell you that it's a very interesting philosophy and practice. Kabbalistic astrology is ancient Jewish mysticism. Hellenistic astrology is another form. Anyways, wow, fair enough. Someone's clearing the room out. I farted. Take a look at these lovely ladies in this YouTube. This is my podcast, a new podcast series for me. We're talking about astrology and Scorpios in particular, because I'm a Scorpio. If anyone is curious, there's some content.
I mean, I would say astrology is pseudoscience, but I would say that it does seem like things like, gravitational pull of the moon and stuff like that does affect people's psyche pretty and brains. And,
I'm not disputing that, like, people question the characteristics, but it is a bit uncanny. Like, celestial forces are interesting, stellar cues are interesting, but I actually, it is arguably pseudoscience, but it's kind of amazing when you look at your sign, and of course you're going to have a bias, there's going to be subjectivity, but I'm curious what people's feedback is on astrology.
Have you ever watched the Fast Guy from the United Kingdom? He brings in like 50 people into like this warehouse. He gives everybody their individual astrological reading and stuff, and he does like a cult. It's supposed to be a reading, but in actuality, it's like a cult reading, but just in its generalization. That's just generalizing things that people want to hear. So he's asking ancient people for he's like, what is yours? And they're like, oh my god, this is 100% me. And he's like, how about you? And they're like, oh my god, this is amazing. Like, this is ridiculous how accurate you were. He's like, now start passing them to the right. And they started passing to the right, and they're all identical.
Oh my god, that was like the most like villainous, pretentious laugh. Dr. Jordan.
Not much. I'm trying to convince people
to talking about race.
That's my vegetarian. I know we're vegetarian. This isn't sufficient enough to convince me. This is what I need to. This isn't sufficient enough to convince me. Why can't I see action?
What does this have to do with whiteness?
There's really nothing to do with my opinion. It has to do with where I live. It doesn't satisfy it doesn't satisfy me. That's not why I said it. If you're playing that with me on stage. Don't fuck yourself, you dirty white cracker.
What the fuck was that?
I didn't hear the guy.
What was that? What the hell was that?
Cracker, crack.
Oh, Jesus. Is he okay?
I don't know what happens. Doesn't sound no good.
Very weak. Hey, so Dr. Jordan, guess who I saw at the gas station?
Christy Brinkley.
No, Faye Resnick.
Oh, tell her he said hello. I don't even know if I would recognize her anymore. I know she was friends with my friend.
She looks good. I'm telling you, I hardly recognize her. Like, she looked.
Something totally different than what I was being. You that white bitch?
You're talking. Oh my God. Listen to me. Is this how y'all grew up in Beverly Hills, Dr. Jordan? I mean, this is not Laguna behavior. What has happened?
Yeah, man, because how do you keep getting in and out of the middle like that?
He's doing it on purpose. Only does so before anybody can kick it. Yeah.
Okay.
Can somebody bring him down?
Thanks. You know, he is right. I mean, AI says, yes, in its early history, LULAC, the League of United Latin American Citizens, did advocate for Latinos to be identified as white, particularly in the context of the U.S. Census. They argued that Mexican Americans, and by extension other Latinos, were part of the white race and should not be categorized separately. Specifically, that's what he was saying. Yeah, I really rarely hear from you. Thank you for the historical context. I think that's just what I was asking for. I was under the vast impression from this article that he gave me the article seemed to be making the argument that Mexican American, African Americans had stronger racial ties rather than weaker racial ties. It's interesting to know that there was an organization of folks who made that argument. Is there something I might read on that subject? Do you know anything off the top of your head, or if you don't, I just typed it. LULAC want Latinos to be identified as white, and it is a longer explanation. So you might want to take that question.
That's subjective. That's definitely subjective because we had this conversation last night. So Spaniards are not Hispanic; they're actually European. And even if you consider yourself, Latin, that's only along a certain, a certain definitive bloodline. So I mean, yeah, people miscategorize what is known as Mexicans today.
It's complicated.
A lot of those people, okay, I'm talking about the Selena crowd, okay, shout out to Selena Gomez and Quintanilla, okay,
They are not mestizo Mexicans. They are colonizers just as much as they accuse white people. Sure, but it's a little bit more complicated. Is it? If you were to look at, sure. So if you're looking for example, why are Middle Easterners evil as indigenous? No. Okay, that's my point. Hold on, I get it, but I'm talking about legally. White people are classified as white. There was a case in California in which there was I believe he was a Syrian person. This is, like 100 years ago or something. And he arrested a white Californian. And it actually made it to the Supreme Court. His argument was, well, this guy's not, a white man. He can't arrest me. And so he basically ended up, God damn it. No worries. And so the Supreme Court ended up ruling with, yes, this guy's classified as white for all intents and purposes. So when it comes to what the classification of white was something that kind of put you. So we had segregation back then. We had a lot of things. It basically meant whether or not you could be classified in these states as somebody who would be subjected to segregation and so forth. That's basically what it was. It was a blunt tool.
Are you aware of the like making of an argument that been provided his own Google? Are you aware of that in your area?
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, me either. Scout why they actually have does not, at least modern day, they don't advocate for anything of the kind.
I would say this. I mean, people of Mexican descent were always. We can look at World War I, World War II. Mexicans, even Native Americans would serve on the front line. Even though Mexican Americans have always explicitly been considered not white, but they would serve on the front lines with white Americans. Even up until World War II, black men were not allowed to serve on the front lines with white men. Mainly because the fear was that the white men were going to end up killing them on the battlefield. And if you look at the exit surveys after World War II, the most common complaints were how dare you allow this N-word to wear my beloved uniform? What a disgrace, that kind of shit. And so, I wouldn't say that. The reality is, and Marshall, this is we grew up in border states around a lot of Mexicans. Mexicans don't consider themselves quote unquote white generally, and we don't generally look at them as white. And to me, it was more of a legal classification as opposed to an identity. I don't know if you agree with that. rights and others, I guess you can say, or legal protections. But I don't. I hear a lot of people saying like there's an aspiration to whiteness amongst Mexicans, where there's like a grain of truth to that. But if I'm being honest, Mexicans are some of like the most proud people, where they don't really. I don't really see them bitching and complain about that much. They're very, very proud people. And in a way, there's like a sense of defiance. If they're to be challenged by white or black people, they definitely. It's not a people. It's not a group of people who I see using as, I guess, for lack of a better term, to any group. And for the most part, I would also say they're very warm and welcoming, festive people. I guess, there's a lot of black people who hate them here. That's fine.
Anytime I see any ounce, you can see the fall from trying to be white America. That sounds like something too. Look at the Asians. I think they've done an excellent job at that. Excellent job. So, the rabbit has the gun. That's Anthony. Good to see you, Marshall. Let's roll. The rabbit has the gun. I ain't no rabbit. I ain't got no gun. I'm just participating. Yo, how did he do that, man? How does a hit dog holler every time on Clubhouse? That shit is amazing, yo. That's crazy.
I mean, is there any way that you're gonna see that as beef? Like it's like
Yo, I love Hakeem. I have no beef with him. But, Hakeem is angry, so it's okay.
I don't think that Hakeem is angry at all. Like what?
Bro, listen.
I mean, come on. If you listen to Hakeem's temperament, like he's not angry. Like, I mean, I feel like Hakima definitely has grievances, in terms of some of the things that people say, and I'm not just, excluding, just singling out you. Hakeem and I have, he has grievances towards things that I say. So, I mean, we can't be disingenuous in saying that Hakima's angry. Like, he's not angry. Like, we hear a bunch of, knuckle dragging Neanderthals, opening up rooms, doing the shit that they do on this app. That's angry. Hakima's definitely not angry.
So, Adam, I just want to be clear. I didn't say Hakeem is irrational. I didn't say that Hakeem is emotional. What I'm saying is that the way Hakeem presents his anger is by, casting insults at people that aren't insulting him.
So Anthony, can I ask a question? Can we maybe interchange the word anger with something that's more congruent to the facts of how Hakima's disposition is? Frustrated. How he displays his frustration. I don't necessarily see it as anger. You see what I'm saying?
I see it because I don't think Hakeem has talking about
Hakima, would you consider yourself angry?
No, you have the guy. I can be angry, but if I'm nothing else, I'm consistent. When I was minding this room, I would shut down race conversation because I just felt it was inappropriate. But therefore, you cannot be surprised that when I hear race conversation, I don't like it. Like, why is that surprising to you? Like, I'm consistent with a mob band and without a mob band. I would rather not talk about race and black people.
Kevin, you got to the heart of the matter real quick, bro. What's wrong with it, right, is that you come into these rooms that are clearly about race. You say your little blurb and you just disappear. You bounce. That is not. It's like honestly, it's kind of
give you an alternative perspective?
Just one second.
Anthony, can I give you an alternative perspective? I don't have one. It's just
I'm happy to hear your perspective after I laugh, brother. Please. I'm happy to hear your perspective. I respect you, greatly. I just want to laugh. That's all. No big deal. So, and honestly, I think that Hakeem and I can work through whatever issue it is that we have. All I'm saying, right, is I'm not calling anybody out their name. I don't call Hakima, I don't say bad things about Hakima on the stage. I don't co-sign other people in the chat. I don't do any of that stuff. Do I talk shit to people? Of course I do. I never started, but I ended. And Hakima, he'll call me out my name. Hakima will type really crazy off the wall stuff in the chat. That to me is not like what I expect from Hakima. But I understand where the energy's coming from, and I'm cool with it. I don't care who criticizes who in what forum they criticize them. This idea, on a social media audio app, a speaking app, that we can't express our ideas because the person that opened the room is white is garbage to me. That's nonsense. And if I had a problem with it, I would leave quietly once I realized this is the kind of room it is, and I have a philosophical difference with the way it's being conducted. I wouldn't participate in the chat. I wouldn't participate in the stage and then run out the room as soon as I say something. I gotta do what you do. I can't act out. So basically, the way I choose to handle it is not appropriate. That is weird. But what I don't get, you literally told me one day if a white man came in my face and said nigga, I call me a nigga, I shouldn't have a problem with it. Yet, if I call you coon, you've got a problem with it. That is so odd to me. It's just worse. You told me it's just worse. I mean, shit, keep it. Okay, so, Akina, I am telling you from my perspective what I see. I am not telling you how to comport yourself. I'm not telling you what words to use, what words not to use. I am just talking to you about my observations. I never tell anybody what to do. We are all autonomous beings. I never say, this is what a king is supposed to do. I see a life. I did not say, what's no replays ain't on. Not what I said, bro. And you see, this is where communication fails. We have the sender, we have the receiver, and there's clearly a breakdown somewhere. I didn't tell you how to be.
So can I give an outsider perspective? I feel like don't leave Hakima. He's uncomfortable. He doesn't want to meet you guys. He doesn't want to talk about himself.
This is odd, man. Why would I talk about me for? The way I handle myself in the room, why is that a topic? Crazy. I honestly feel like we can talk about anything. If you want to talk about me and the way I handle things in the room, so be it. If I don't like the conversation, I'll leave. That's the way I look at it on Clubhouse. There's no safe spaces in Clubhouse. What you say can and will be used against you on Clubhouse. This is the nature of the beast. Of course you have a right to ask. Of course you do. Okay, cool. That's what, so happens. If you want to talk. You're like, we're grown ass people here. Talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Can I ask you a quick question? So, I can get if somebody, I understand, for example,
I was gonna say, what are you looking at? You fucking N-word, whatever, or like, what are you looking at, pussy, or just your mom's a stupid whore, like whatever. We realize there are things that can be said that where you're kind in a way challenging somebody to react, where it could get physical. I guess my question would be this: like, if I look at things differently in terms when it comes to Black people. Like, if I when I was in college, I'd work in a hospital registering people. If I was to stand outside the entrance and call like the Black doctors checking in like N-words, you'd probably just be like, oh wow, that guy's better call security. That guy's not well, and that would be that. They're not gonna like risk their livelihood over some. Yeah, but if I understand also, if I go to like an area where it's more economically downtrodden and have a lot less to lose, yeah, they'll react.
I drive to Uber at times. If a pastor called me N-word, I would attack. Like when you're a professional, I would handle it professionally. I would ask him about my car, but I would not attack. I'm just walking down the street, and it's me, and you walk up to me and say, I'm gonna fuck you up. Or at least try to fuck you up. I can't guarantee, but I'm gonna at least try.
I guess my question would be this though, like, let's say, I think like when it comes to like, when I see things like the N-word, it is superficial in a way. I'm using a derogatory slur to make you react because of your skin color. But it doesn't really mean anything. I mean, there's like Dr. Ben Carson, who's a lot smarter than me, who's a fucking brain surgeon. I'm a fucking peon compared to him. Me calling him an N-word means nothing. I mean, he handles more calmly.
You missed the point where I brought it up. Can you answer that? Like, the reason I brought it up is, as he said, I should have a problem. Yeah, he has a problem. Can I please finish my sentence? Like, I'm not sure. He doesn't have a problem with me not accepting N-word, but he can't accept me and call it cool. I mean, do you see it as a hypocrisy?
Well, sure. Well,
is he okay with it?
Well, sure. So, like, I see where, like,
Did you hear me at any point say that he can't call me a coon? Did you at any point hear me say that? No. I think it's beneath you. I don't care. I don't know what you okay, Hakeem, I want to be clear, right? I don't care if you call me a coon. I've been called a coon. Will you stop complaining about Hakeem? What I'm saying, I don't call you any names. What I'm saying to you, whatever you choose to. One day, I sat on the stage, and Kelly dressed you down. Kelly, absolutely. I want you guys to see the inconsistency of some stranger walking up to Hakima and calling him the N-word. And you think I care about what's on the hillbilly? You see, this is the hypocrisy. This is the vagueness that we talk about. This is the vagueness. What would you do to her if she said it in your face? What would you do to her if you said it? Okay, what would you do to her if she said it in your face? Absolutely nothing, Hakima. Hakima, nothing. You wouldn't do anything to her. Hakima, you would do nothing to her. You would do less than zero to her. You sound like a chicken.
Hakima, estimation, and they're going to be the least.
Check this out. People are being deported for being incarcerated. I don't want to hear shit about me being sensitive. You know what I'm saying? When I was somebody fighting me, when people are literally deporting students for being fucking incarcerated. Look, don't miss me with the bullshit. Please miss me.
Okay, sure, but okay. If we agree that I think that they're going overboard when it comes to at least this administration, when it comes to.
That's the action first, man. Not me on an individual level.
Okay, sure.
This is systemic. It's the system handling words.
Sure.
About free speech.
Okay, sure. I would say this. You get people that have come on student visas to go to school here, and these are people that can say the most anti-American, anti-white, anti-whatever the fucking Western shit you can think of, and it's been tolerated for a long time. Now, I think it's sure, sure. And what I would say, do I think it's hypocritical that all of a sudden it's just like once it's anti-Israel, that Trump is cracking down and deporting these people? Yeah, absolutely. It's offensive in a lot of ways. It's just like, oh, well, I mean, once they start criticizing this particular minority or this particular country, now you're going to draw a line, but it can be as anti-American and racist towards other groups of Americans as they want. Yeah, I mean, I think it's offensive.
So, Pepe, would you agree that within the Muslim religion is a propensity for violence, for ideas that they find offensive, more so than many other unbelieving religions? Would you agree with that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's like you have no idea about my religion. He's a Muslim. You have no idea. I do not have the same ideology as the mainstream Muslims nowhere near. You know, everybody. The sector of Islam that I'm in is zero violence. You can't find no fucking violence of motherfucking Muslims around here terrorizing nobody, violating anybody, harming anybody, or doing anything. It does not happen here.
Except for when it's, well, hold on a second. Like, some of my closest friends, when I was 9 years old, first year in Arizona, my first two friends were Farhan and Sono from Pakistan. Literally, my first two friends. My first roommate in college, he was a Muslim from Iran. How do I put this? Sure, and I can name other Muslim friends of mine.
Ain't not like me though. You can't name none with the more science level. There's any of that. You can't find.
Sure, I'm not putting you guys. I'm not putting you guys all in the same basket. I would say that like the Muslims I so happen that in real life have actually been some of the, even in comparison to Christians, I would say some of the nicest, fair, and honest people I've met. If I'm going to like zoom out, do I see a problem with some Muslims? And obviously, I'm not pointing out every Muslim. Some Muslims are very good people.
I see the problem with some Muslims. I see the problem with some Jews. I see the problem with some Christians. I see the problem with some atheists. I see the problem with people in general. I see a lot of problems with people.
So, like I said, as it relates to the major religions, I think that the religion that stands out for having the certain sects of this religion that has the greatest propensity for violence is the Muslims. You can disagree, you can come with your stats, your facts, just whatever, and that's we can have an interesting conversation about it. And to be honest with you, you came up
His opinion is rather correct though.
I'm not trying to live with the baby.
Yeah, we keep up when we're talking about Muslims, we're talking about city education. We're not talking about like if it is we're not talking about like you guys are like the Mormons of Christians. But in Kima, I think you have to look at it this way, like for example, there are like people like that are maybe were pro-white for many years. There were definitely people that were white that were maybe raised Christian that committed ungodly sins and massacred people. We can look at Dylan Roof. He went into this black church. These parishioners were so kind to him that they let him pray with him. This goofy little white kid, and he fucking slaughtered them because Buffalo, New York, this 18-year-old white boy. Hold on a second. What their family members did after Dylan Roof slaughtered them, they all came out and said that they forgive him and they love him, and then said they hope someday he will be in heaven if he accepts Christ. They're the most loving people, including their family members, who had their grandmas and grandpas all shot in the church, came out and said, "We love you and we're praying for you every day." And so upset with what you. What I would say is that what is different, though, is that these white people who did these things, I mean, there's no denomination of Christianity that would co-sign saying that it was okay. It is going to be universally condemned. I'm telling you, the Muslims that I know are good Muslim. They're good people. I won't say good Muslim because I might have known it. But what I would say is that there are, like within Islam, you do definitely get people who are, I guess you say terrorists, where they commit atrocities, like kind of like I was mentioning. Yeah, I mean, somebody came in here and said fuck Jesus or fuck Moses or fuck Muhammad, which are the three words those people. Wait, no, there you go. So blow your fucking house up. Wait, no, that's widely known that, if there's one religion that one of the main reasons there isn't a lot of pushback, especially in Europe, where a higher percentage of their immigrant population is Muslim, is because when you speak out against their behavior, you have to worry about reprisals, which are likely going to be violent or deadly. I've never done this, but I theorized that I could go into like a Hasidic neighborhood in Brooklyn and say, "Fuck the Jews, you guys are a bunch of K-words, eat my fucking dick," all of that stuff. Maybe I'll get beat up. I don't know. Maybe that's the worst, but you're not gonna show up and murder your entire family. Well, yeah, exactly. Your daughters and your wife. Exactly. Yeah, after they attacked them like a bunch of
Let me see. They are literally bombing a whole country that would threaten their very existence. Yeah, I don't know. People in this country threaten my kids every day.
Akima, have you not watched the GoPro video?
This country every day. This idea that you're oppressed in America, Akima, it's weak tea. You sound like Whoopi Goldberg. You sound like that's a form of oppression. A part of oppression is people being threatened. They're not mutually exclusive. They're not mutually exclusive. Your mind has something feel special way. You give me my bad so you can oh my goodness. Try to make it good. You're like I do. I don't need a mind badge. I'm good. I'm Gucci. It's all good. I'm standing on 10 and I'm happy to talk about any subject. I don't care what anybody says about me. You have a right to say whatever you want to about me. Hakeem, I don't know why you're so triggered. And you see where's Adams at? I'm saying where's Adams wrong?
Wait, isn't the title of the movie Hyper? Oh, they changed it. It was Hyper Sensitivity.
You can't make this stuff up, man. It's Muslims number one, it's liberals number two, and black people number three. So, no, I'll say all black people, I'll say all Muslims, I'll say all Muslims, and black people number one, brother. Black people. If you charge me for getting people to point out the fucking data, I'll say black people are number one. Okay, come on, I'm moving to the word tonight. I need to speak that one. Didn't come back up. Okay, again, if you were speaking, I would have gladly stopped. And then, like this idea that you moved me to the audience because I wouldn't let you speak. Everybody on the stage saw, man. And like I said, the rabbit has the gun, man. And I will deal with the rabbit.
No. You kicked me out of this space one time, Anthony. Sit down.
You just kicked me out last week. Black girl. Black girl. I don't even know what you. I don't even know what you had. I don't even know what you had to the conversation. I don't even know what you had to the conversation. Actually, if you notice, in the pecking order, I was above you. I was above you. I was here before you. Oh, I shouldn't talk to a black sister like that. You told you guys that black people are the most sensitive. They are by far the most sensitive. They are the most sensitive. Anyway, back to the issue at hand. Yeah. It's irrelevant. You know what I'm saying?
You're irrelevant.
I understand. It's all good. I'm a non-factor. I get it. Yeah. Back to the issue at hand, y'all. As far as the most hypersensitive, without a doubt, it's ADOS. They hands down by far. The trauma Olympics, it's like all gold in the trauma
same time, while venture capital firms have the largest stake of single-family homes in
Like our state streets at 49% of all single-family homes in the country. They're actually doing 50% of our market value in Black Rock Woods, about $100 million in single-family homes per page.
No, China having nothing to sell. It's just a topic because I do think that it's an important thing because when we talk about nuclear reactor, right, I think that there's certain things you should be reactive about, right? Like the fact that in Flint the water is still bad, that Elon Musk builds a Tesla plant in Memphis that is literally just causing environmental racism and destruction, like in that area that's mainly of color. That like if what you're saying is right, tsunami and the children that we have like today won't be able to buy their first home, and so it's like when you think about the American dream, right? I think that is very active.
Liz. No, go ahead. I'm actually going to build on what she's saying. I agree with her. I mean, but the idea that, Tesla building a facility there is going to drive the market price of their homes like double in the next 5 years. So they're $300,000, not $600,000.
I don't think that Tesla's going to improve property value if the air in that area is putrid, right? If they're dumping toxic waste into the nearby supply. So, for example, if you guys know who Chadwick Boseman is, I believe he's a native of North Carolina, or maybe South Carolina, I'm not sure, I think it's North. And they revealed that the neighborhood he grew up in was like near all these like manufacturing plants and stuff. And so you think about how oftentimes, like, I don't know why I'm getting laughter, but like the guy died of cancer, right? So we can't, if you don't like to give free handouts here, I don't know what that means. But I mean, you guys can think this is a joke, whatever, but like
There's nothing wrong with it. You make it valid point to people to try to derail you.
okay, yeah. So yeah, I guess I just make my team brief. Yeah, is that like if we're talking about being reactionary, it's like, are we really being reactionary if we see valid issues and we are worried about it? So.
Genetically just get a higher likelihood of having these septic cancers than he had.
Can you genetically have a higher risk towards cancer?
Oh, it's the types of cancers.
Priscilla, he has cancer of the IQ. Don't.
Yeah, that's still very funny.
Dude, and it's for a long time that.
You have high because
No, the cells have metastasized and are growing at an exponential rate, but they don't function. They're just taking up space. Cancers have been known to be highly environmental. People get environmental-related cancer all the time. Dudes on nuclear submarines tend to have thyroid cancer, and people who live in areas where there's radon get cancer. And like exposure is a big part of cancer, Mitch.
Have you heard of the radium girls? The girls that were like painting radium onto like watches and things to make them glow bright green, or the people that were handling uranium, or even I think Marie Curie. Like everyone who were the founders of radioactivity and handled them, they pretty much all died of cancer. Like all of them.
Yeah, Rich is retarded. People get cancer from environmental factors all the time. The issue is, like, there are things we can do to prevent it. There's some things we can't do to prevent it. And I think you gotta be careful about throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Yes, building a giant factory in your town can create a condition in which you're increasing the rates of environmental cancer and other problems, pollution, et cetera, et cetera. But the only thing worse than that is being destitute and having no jobs. So, again, I think you gotta be careful about these sorts of things. Yes, you should hold these people accountable, but also, like, there is no net zero on morality. The reality is
is that there is a middle ground, right? Like, from my understanding, the factory was built without any kind of like regulations, and they broke several like environmental safety laws. But also, I think generally, because most people in the South have cars, my understanding, and or they can be a company bus, because L'Oreal is a company bus, like to and fro. You can have a situation where you keep the factory a good distance away from, you know, the main areas where people are living. And you can also institute ways to minimize the net pollution, right? So my point is that like there is a middle ground between having a factory that blows acetone, but it's not just the Memphis factory. It's that we, in my analysis, are living in a time period where all the things we took for granted that made us buy into the American dream are quickly eroding, right? From job stability to a dollar that is secure to being able to even get a job if you go to college and have a master's, even to be able to say you're going to get married and have a family that's going to like be with you, you know what I mean? Or kids that will be there when you, I don't know, just like so many parts of the social safety nets are eroding. And so I think everyone is really reacting, you know, it's not just Black people. Like I see other people reacting to the ever-changing ecosystem as well, so.
Yeah, look, this idea of moving factories to places where people aren't is, I get where you're coming from. The issue is these places require infrastructure. These factories have to have people living near them to work in them. People don't commute 3 hours away from home into the middle of the desert to do their labor, right? The reality of that situation is we've done that. Looked at jobs and said, these are unsafe, they don't pay well, they're not, moving society forward necessarily. It's just going in and day out trying to screw. We did take those jobs elsewhere and away from us to alleviate the danger. We sent them to Mexico, we sent them to China, we sent them to Vietnam. Car manufacturing is one of the industries that seems to be coming back in a big way. Not only Tesla, Hyundai is building factories all over the place. That is the balance. The balance is we can't be broke. We can't all work from home. We have to eat. We need to bring manufacturing back to this country in some way.
The interesting thing about what she's talking about is that all those problems that she just laid out are all being exacerbated by Democrats, and they're all being fixed now by Republicans. So I'm not sure exactly where her gripe is with Elon Musk, but I've actually never heard of him failing environmental anything or anybody complaining about any of his factories until he just bought the second one.
And he being sued by a few agencies that he got. I don't know the details of it. I heard you talking about he just sued.
What Jordan say is completely false. It's not even like I'm doing Google search and can't debunk it.
Can you find me a single person with a net worth north of $1 billion that isn't regularly being litigated?
I'm talking about he made a point about it.
Convicted of a crime.
He made a point that he have no environmental issues at all. That is not true. I mean, of course, a lot of people get sued, but you made a point that he don't exist that he had environmental issues.
No, I just said I had never heard of anything.
I could you didn't look for it.
I'm pretty sure I would have heard about it if there was anything big. I mean, the left-wing media that's controlled by, the people who hate Elon Musk would definitely be talking about this, because they've been trying to smear him for the past 2 years. I definitely would have heard about this stuff. But it's just interesting that she brings Elon Musk up and saying that his factories are hurting property values. You would think that Memphis being the 5th most dangerous place in the entire country, maybe that might be hurting property values in Memphis. No? You think maybe people don't want to live there? Memphis is a cesspool. It's a disgusting city full of crime. No, it must be Elon Musk. That's that's hurting property values.
Fortunately, thank God I said nothing about property value, so.
You did. You talked about. Hold on. She talked about.
Is anybody gonna want to buy a house like this?
She said nobody will be able to buy a house.
So I gotta move you up to the order. Hold on, please. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm reading right now. The NAACP is suing Elon, claiming to sue with the Southern Environmental Law Center. Claiming to sue Elon Musk and HAI over environmental. That's one. Tesla is being sued in the Fremont factory. SpaceX is being sued. Lawsuits on Elon Musk. It's just not one of them.
Can you show us one of these laws?
Hold on. Amazon is currently being sued. Walmart is currently being sued. Cracker Barrel is currently being sued. Name any corporation that makes north of $100 million in revenue every single year, and they will be in the middle of some sort of lawsuit of all manners. FDA violations and safety violations and liability.
So listen, the thing is, like, you're missing the point of keeping that's actually fine.
You have to contextualize these things in the circumstances in which they exist in. You're making these arguments in vacuums. You're creating this condition. You made the argument. I'm just saying, Kima, you said it wasn't true. I didn't make an argument.
No,
I didn't make the argument. Look, you're the mod, and I don't want to jump right in. I didn't interrupt you. Well, you got the green bean in your screen.
You're not a vibrator. You go to what's down, and then you type in what's down.
If you see that, then shut the fuck up, then, if you see that. Don't tell me I'm the mod, then talk over me. I'm trying to tell you. You're speaking over me. That's the point that I'm trying to make here. I'm in the middle of.
Okay, Adrian, I think you really want to troll, and it's so sad because it's just like I know you want to troll really bad, but I would recommend like trying a different tactic because hold on. My Nigerian sensitivity less than him. Sorry, I had to. Yeah, my first statement about I'm gonna bring Stillbar back on stage if that's okay. Oh, I think Hikma left. Oops, I'm gonna bring folks back. I literally made two separate points, right? I talked about the social contracts eroding. You deciding to conflate different things to make an argument I never made is not my fault. You guys fixated on the Tesla plant. That was one example of a broader topic, okay? So I'm gonna assume that you're trolling because I don't think anyone can just be.
Okay, so let me respond to that. Don't assume anything. Right, I'm pretty sure you heard that thing. But I myself and other people all articulate the same thing. And hurt, right? Look, I don't think it's
the other
or wait, hold on, man.
AI.
Man, hold on. I don't think that it's people's lack of listening. I think it's your lack. This is crazy that you're just laughing through this.
Yeah, his mic is super low. I can't hear you, Adrian. Like your voice is really low.
Adrian, your mic is pretty fucked up. All right, what about now? Kind of better. Okay. Kind of better. Okay, cool. All right, so let me say something. One, I'm not trolling. Two, don't assume things. And three, don't say that it is because of someone's lack of listening, when it could really be that you just lack the ability to articulate your points cohesively. Okay, because I, and multiple other people heard
to assign blame to Elon Musk about the housing prices plummeting in Memphis. That's what happened.
Well, she actually can't say that, Adrian. Can I extend a little bit about this here? She did actually articulate it.
No, I did not. As I
Yeah, you said like Elon Musk coming in there. Rich, you're not Rich, you're not helping. Yo, can I say this? Nobody is listening. Priscilla, can I be here?
I'm not arguing here. Hold on, I'm not arguing. I swear to God, I'm not.
I need to clarify something because I understand where you're making an error, right? You're making a conclusion that makes no sense. I never said the housing in Memphis went down. I never made that statement. So for you to say it's a logical conclusion that if I say that there's going to be a crash in the housing market.
I didn't say that.
You said that Elon's going to price out black people from being able to buy houses. Can I just let the difference here? You said it's going to price out people in the community. You said it's going to price out people in the community. You have not been able to buy houses. This is predominant. Guys.
I did not say because you are literally I did not say that.
Yes, that is going to price people out of that market. They're not going to be able to buy
I
houses.
did not say black.
You know, I said the $300,000 houses that they own will be worth $600,000 in 5 years. Can I explain the difference here? Can I explain the difference? Predominantly black people that their houses are going to double. No, I just want to keep talking past each other. You want to just keep talking past each other? Look, Priscilla.
I'll let you. I just need to clarify something, right? If I'm
It's not going to work out. They're not going to listen. They're not going to listen. We're not interrupting, so you are literally listening.
Issues, right? If I'm saying the housing market is going to crash as an example of the lack of social contract, and I said that in my original submission, and I to talk about environmental issue and pollution, how you jump from environmental issues to I am now blaming Elon Musk
It is the
for
way that
housing
you
prices
presented
going
it,
down.
ma'am.
Well, initially her assertion was that these large Fortune 500 companies, Priscilla, are coming in like BlackRock Vanguards.
Okay, all right. I need to be able to finish a sentence because the reason you guys are unable to understand what I'm saying is because you're not listening to comprehend. You're just trying to argue, which is making sense, right? So I'm gonna just conclude now. I did not say what you heard. I didn't. You want to argue, and that's cute. You want to troll, and that's cute. But I didn't say what you heard. Still, Gar, please go ahead.
Yeah, look, I think there's some conclusions being jumped to here. I heard what you said, and I think I got it in the spirit that you said it. I largely agree with your overall point that like the fabric of the American dream is being pulled from the table. It's our cost of living is insane relative to our income. Our work-life balance is a fucking nightmare. Our healthcare system is a shit show. As far as like quality of life metrics, you know, like Western Europe specifically is running circles around us. So I see your position there, and I hear what you're saying. I think when you start to bring up things like Elon Musk and you start to bring up places like Memphis, people might jump to the conclusion that you're taking sort of like a highly progressive leftist stance, and you may or may not be. And I don't think it was fair that they jumped to that conclusion. It's fair that they might have suspected that's the case, and if people want to adjudicate that, then we can try to adjudicate that, but I don't think it's necessarily appropriate to immediately assume that that's your position, right? I think the weird part is part of kind of rebuilding that American dream, hopefully in a modern context, not in a 1940s context, right, is creating conditions in which people have their own self-direction, you know what I mean? Giving people autonomy and control over the direction in which their life moves, rather than people just kind of scraping by and surviving and putting their next pair of jeans on a pay-in-4 Klarna credit card, right? The issue is when you say things like this stuff is eroding and we're being ripped off, and I agree we kind of are, millennials are getting rat fucked sideways, but you also have some objections to manufacturing in the U.S. That might be a bit of a contradiction. It could be done better, it could be done cleaner, sure, it could be done safer, sure. That's all I heard you say definitively. Everything else was like, people are going to take that and hear
in between the lines and assume your political positions and assume you just hate Elon Musk because everybody hates Elon Musk because he's the Nickelback of the day. But I don't think that was fairly adjudicated.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. It's one of the hardest parts about being a Black woman is that people see you and they assume all these things about you. This is very annoying, right? Like, people assume that you're liberal. People assume that you believe in all these different stuff. And it's like they don't even see you as a person. They just assume that because you're Black and a woman that you have to be social justice leaning. And it's very frustrating. But for me, I'm just really concerned about being able to have children and being able to give them some kind of like assurance. Like, so for example, I wasted a couple of my days and I read the bill, the big beautiful bill. It's like 1,000 pages long. And what bothered me the most is that they want to make it super difficult for people to get graduate school loans. I think they're capping it at, it was $150K and that's $200K. And that might seem like, oh, I mean, why would we take out that much in the first place? But if you want to go to law school or medical school, you're gonna need to take out that amount of money for the vast majority of students. And if you can't and you're forced to go into private loans, what's the word I'm looking for? The interest is crazy. So you're basically gonna be an indentured servant just to be able to have a job. So it then becomes like either you take a low income job and you start working early in life and just scraping by, or you work really hard and have a high income job and then you owe $1 million and it's just like, it's, you know what I mean? It's almost as if it's like like, I think you gotta try to say, it's like there's no way to win. And let's say if you don't buy a house in 2020, unless you want to live in Bumblefuck, Kentucky, you're looking at $500,000 at a house. When will you pay that off? And also pay off your student loans. Then you want to get a car. Cars are starting at 20, 30K. It's almost as if, like, essentially we're just living to work and working to pay off debt that will never pay off. So that's what I wanted to talk about broadly, not particularly Elon Musk or Memphis, but the ways in which it looks as if life is becoming, at least to me, and I would like you guys to change my mind, that life is becoming kind of hopeless. You know, like, I'm being honest, like that's called life. Life is not easy. So that's the thing, is it's never been, and that's why it's called life. So as much as like this is called real life, and what we're seeing is real times, and if you look at my administrative executive, that's when you see like we're going to do a time change. It's gonna always, every time in history, it'll repeat itself. That's life, and this is really a hard time right now. But I'll say one thing in response to what you said. When I meet an African American person, whether not male, female, I don't think about whether or not they're Republican or Democrat. I must be honest. So I just want to make sure that you understand that, because I don't think about that. I wonder if they're nice people, if they, respect me when I interact with them. That's the way I look at them, and I feel comfortable with them. And I have lots of friends that are, so I just want to make sure that you understand I don't think about the political party, and I don't do that, and I haven't, but I do see how they actually act to treat people in life.
So, I think it's easy to look backwards, and I do often. I think about like my grandfather, who worked as middle management at a grocery store, and he was the only person in the house that worked, and he had 5 children, his wife, and his in-laws, his mother-in-law and father-in-law, all lived in the same house all together to take care of, and they were able to do so and live relatively comfortably and have heat and have Christmas presents and have a swimming pool. Like, that's something that we don't have today, but my grandfather couldn't pick up his phone and get an answer to basically any question he can conceive of in a moment, right? He couldn't go on a 5-mile hike and be able to send a text message to my grandmother and say, hey, still good, no bears, see you, I'll be home in time for dinner. He couldn't, like, casually decide to take a vacation to Portugal, which not everybody has the opportunity to do, but way more people today have the opportunity to do than they did 30, 40, 50 years ago, right? So we have some creature comforts comforts and some luxuries and some fantastical things that if you would have tried to describe to my grandfather when he was 20, he would have thought you were fucking nuts. So, not to be, pie in the sky, but I think given the alternative, I'd probably stay where I'm at, and I'm hopeful that the outlook will change. I think these things reach a point where people aren't going to tolerate them anymore, and you see shit like you see in California or whatever the case might be. It just ebbs and flows. We just have to.
That's a bunch of bullshit too. That's what.
What's a bunch of bullshit?
Just the California talk, like it's like LA's on fire. That's not accurate anyway. So I'm just saying, like,
I just mean civil unrest in general, right? Like, I just mean civil.
This weekend regarding the senators, I mean, that is what needs to be focused on. I mean, that should be like this whole discussion around the Marines and all that. This person killing senators, the judges being arrested. That is what we should be talking about. That is unacceptable. These people that arrest the American people, it is wrong. I mean, that is. I cannot believe that happened. There's not more discussion around that. It is sick. They're in an elevated amount of prices because of this administration causing chaos. It's a fact. It happened.
I'm confused. We're supposed to all stop talking about the thing we were talking about before you got here and now start talking about this murder. That's what you want to do.
No, I don't. Actually, I don't want to go back.
I didn't hear that last sentence, but okay. Yeah, look, it's easy to be doom and gloom, and it's easy to be miserable that you're probably never going to afford a reasonable, livable, movie-ready home without killing yourself. We've got a lot of good going for us, too, and I'm glad I was not drafted into the Korean War. I'm glad I didn't have to fight in France in World War I. And even with all the shit kicking off in the Middle East and in the Ukraine and Russia conflict, I'm not likely to deal with any of that either, in a real world. I get to shit into clean water every single day. When some people have to, hike for miles with a container on their head just to get reasonably clean water. So.
And red team might be a better option before buying because you might, there's going to be a lot of changes in housing. I think things, everything's going to be okay, but we have to still work together.
I would say though, Priscilla, the numbers you were giving were a little concerning. Like $30,000 for a car is not even close to what you have to spend. You can get a really nice, reasonably safe, reliable, fuel-efficient car for $10,000, $12,000.
Actually, I don't really agree. I think this was $20,000, $30,000. I mean, to be quite frank, that's reasonable for a new car. So
$20,000 is a brand new car.
If you go get a graduate degree, I would want to do. You deserve that too. So I
Wait, so you said you have to live in bumfuck Kentucky, and how much would an inexpensive house be for you? Would you consider an expensive house in Kentucky?
I have no idea. That was
Okay. So I'm from Kentucky, so
Kentucky's got going.
that's all my point is. You can live 22 minutes.
Kentucky's a good investment.
You can live 22 minutes north of Dallas, right on the toll road in Frisco, Texas, and buy a house for $350,000.
Kentucky over Frisco, Texas.
$350,000 for a 2,200 square foot house.
I would buy Kentucky or Tennessee before I buy Texas.
Yeah, but what Stilgar was trying to make the point is people are living above their means. Nobody needs a fucking 3,000 square foot fucking house, and people are buying those. They're buying 1,000 square foot houses, and if somebody even considers or says, hey, how about a 1,500 square foot house, or even a 900 square foot house like your grandparents fucking lived in, and they're like, whoa, houses are so expensive, they're $300,000, $400,000, $600,000. Yeah, because you're buying a house that's 4 times as large, has twice the amount of fucking cooling efficiency, twice the amount of heating efficiency. I mean, you don't have fucking lead fucking paint.
Depends on
You don't have all this kind of shit. I mean, also the majority of people who are buying houses, the majority of people who are buying homes are buying centrally located to metropolitan areas. Your average grandpa in the 1940s, when they point out that grandpa bought a fucking house for but grandpa bought a house for $26,000 in the 1950s. Yeah, he bought that house, which is the equivalent of like $110,000 nowadays. Well, guess what? You can still buy a $110,000 house. Yeah, it's not going to be some glitzing, glammy fucking house in fucking right outside of Atlanta, but you could go out to rural fucking Georgia and still buy a $100,000 fucking house and live comfortable. There's plenty of people that do it.
I mean, that sounds great and all, but when I think about the life that I would like to give my child, and this might sound selfish, I want to give my children the quality of life that I had, and I don't have those experiences that you speak of. And see, if I may,
You're a poor wealthy.
I think that ideally, when you have children, it's to advance your either equal or better, right? And so I grew up in New York. I didn't grow up in the 5 boroughs. I grew up on Long Island. I had access to great education. I had access to. I never wanted for anything, so I can't imagine having to go.
Some of the top schools and some of the safest town in the entire country.
Rough people, my goodness gracious.
It's plain view.
You interrupt me mid-sentence, like please, I'm almost done, I promise. Actually, just go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, if you want to pay $1.5 million for a house and stay fucking Long Island, that's fine. But don't sit here and bitch and complain that houses are too expensive when you could live in literally the fucking safest city, ranked like the second or third highest ranked fucking safe city in the entire United States in Frisco, Texas, and buy a house for $350,000, you got 22 to 2,500 square foot. With some of the best schools in the entire fucking country, so I feel like I have to live in Long Island and spend $1.5 million and come on the clubhouse and buy a house.
Texas got the best school.
You don't think that Frisco, Texas has blue ribbon schools and some of the highest ranked schools in the country?
Yeah, I'd like to know more about that.
Yeah, there's literally no middle income and no low income in Frisco, Texas. It's just all affluent, rich fucking people. It's like 25 minutes away to get to like middle and lower income.
Money trees, there's money trees everywhere.
I mean, you can buy a $300,000 house, or you can buy a $35 million fucking house right down the street, which is like a $150 million house in fucking New York.
Okay, well then if you're living in a $300,000 house, you're not rich.
No, a $300,000 house in Frisco, Texas is like a $1.5 to $2 million house in Texas. I didn't take you to Texas. Yeah, okay, so go to California, spend $3 million, or spend $300,000 yet.
I would go to California.
Okay, go to California. And then don't come on Clubhouse and bitch about how expensive houses are. That's what she was doing. We weren't talking about.
Like you're not comprehending, and this is the problem. You want to argue without actually understanding the spirit of the conversation. I didn't even say I can't afford it. It's not the fact that
It's not that you can't afford it. You're bitching and complaining that others can't.
for buying their home, they bought it for I think $200,000, and that houses now are like 5-10x the worth that they should have been.
Because everybody wants to live there, yeah.
Right? Do you have Tourette's?
Because people want to live in those areas that you're talking about, which is the entire fucking problem.
No, seriously, do you have an inability to like listen?
You can't help yourself. You can't stop.
Seriously, it's concerning.
It's ridiculous that people can't afford to live where I live, so I'm gonna bitch about it. But I can afford to live there, it's not a big deal. But then I'm gonna bitch about all the poor's can't live here.
Because I live in DC and live in Alabama.
I know. You got money, that's fine. Then stop coming out and complaining about the housing market.
Oh my god.
All right, time out, everyone. What is? I'm just coming back in here. What is the argument?
The complaint is Dr. Jordan that she's whining about the housing market being inflated and that people can't afford to buy houses. Yet she can afford to live on fucking Long Island, pay $1.5 million for a house, which is no problem. But then other people can't. But then I bring up the example that you can move to like 20 minutes north of Dallas, Texas. Like the DFW is considered the 4th largest city in the United States and surpass Houston in population. You can live there for $350,000. They're some of the safest neighborhoods, the best live.
So what is your argument?
Okay, there's actually no argument. I was trying to have a sane and normal and calm conversation about the eradication of the social contract, starting with unsafe places to live. Actually started with like the housing market crashing because like the price like went high and was paying them. Like you have in Florida, like there's like swaths of condos that are just empty because people don't want to pay HOA fees and also don't want to pay these high ass costs, these high ass mortgages, and have no insurance. So what was the thing I talked about? It was housing. It was manufacturing. It was something else. Yeah, and then economic, just like jobs not paying a lot. Just overall, the cost of getting loans going crazy. Just generally how the American dream become out of reach. I want to have a broad discussion, but Sunab wants to just be cantankerous and just argue.
You make it sound like those houses are unowned, like they're just sitting there. Nobody owns them. They're tax havens, or tax write-offs, or summer homes, or fucking timeshares, like all these different things. And you're like, nobody's actually living there though.
I never said any of that, but I think you're probably one of those red pill angry niggas, so I'm gonna let you have that.
Well, what I'll say is I think that, there is a widening wealth gap of astronomical proportions where, the ultra wealthy are the only people who are going to be able to afford some of these homes, and other people are just fortunate that they were grandfathered in, and they bought homes or were raised in areas where house prices went up, and if they were smart, they held on to them, and I mean, it's the luck of the draw, but I mean, life is, and I know no one's saying this isn't the case, but things are unfair, and I mean, you just kind of have to accept that it is what it is, and perhaps maybe people will change their perspectives on what's important, because people like Elon Musk, I mean, are so miserable that he can't even for a moment sit and enjoy what he's done, because he's pathologically competitive and pathologically ambitious, and he's leaving quite a wake for the rest of us. So again, I think when you live in an emerging country, it's so simple, it's so much happier in many ways, but when you get teased with these capitalist markets and nations, then it's a rat race, and most people, or many people, are miserable.
You know what? I actually think that people who are rich are not miserable or unhappy. This is going to be a hot take, but I think that they're probably much happier than those who have to worry about their daily bread. I also don't think people who live the quote-unquote simple life in developing nations are happy, because they're often not getting their basic needs. I think we romanticize poverty. I think we romanticize the idea of a simple life. I also understand that everyone cannot have everything. Like everyone cannot have a phone or a house or whatever it used to be. But I do think that there should be some things that humans should be entitled to, and that should be adequate health care, it should be food, it should be a safe place to live. But it seems like that is out of reach. I mean, have you noticed that in southern states they're repealing child labor laws? Like they want to make a dependent or an independent child from 18 to 7 years old. That was in the Big Beautiful Bill. So when I say that the social contract is eroding, I don't just mean in the big things. I mean even the fabric. The first thing I think either Doge or what's his face cut was Meals on Wheels, and lower income subsidies. It's like, gosh, if you weren't born to the right family, you're just fucked. And America's supposed to be the country where if you work hard, if you try, if you put in some effort, there's the ability to rise above the ranks. And it just looks like, to me at least, that class mobility is quickly eroding. And I think that is the spirit of really what I'm getting at, or in trying to start a discussion to have if we have the bandwidth at 1 a.m, which I understand is a bit late to want to massage the.
I mean, I argue that, having lived in emerging countries, in the developing world, I think that, well, first of all, corruption is problematic in many, but the truth, my sense is that until you're teased with Western influences, you can be relatively content. Now, that's not to say that you're absolutely right. If you're starving, if you don't know where your next meal's coming from, that's a survivalist mentality that is far different from the struggles of wealthy people who are only competing amongst themselves for material goods, and they're never content and satiated. But I think, by and large, the beauty of living a more simple life is that you're not always reaching for things that are unattainable. And many of these people who have so much money or lots of money, they may seem happy because they're kind of midstream competing with people who are in a tier above them. So I think it's far better to be on one extreme or the other. But that's why in America people are constantly trying to compare themselves to the Joneses, and they've worked themselves 60-hour weeks. They don't get any time off. But much of this comes from political philosophers and who have written books about how the competitive nature of upper middle class people today, for example, is one that is sourced in working crazy hours, never really enjoying your time, and then never being happy because you still don't have enough money. It's not to say that the people who are in lower socioeconomic brackets are living the dream, but this assumption that the wealthier people are happier, they can't enjoy their life. They actually have little opportunity. So I don't know which is actually better. Having grown up privileged, I can say that people don't tend to focus on relationships. They focus on competitive edge and things that ultimately don't matter in the end. And there's something to be said for people who live more modestly, who don't aspire to be or do things that also aren't going to make them happy.
Exactly.
I think that's a great place to close. It was phenomenal talking to you guys. Have a great.
Good night. Thank you for joining.
Keep a shop. I just get so frustrated when I hear these people come up here and talk about how normal people can't afford to buy a house. And I'm like, normal people can't afford to buy a house in Manhattan or fucking, Rhode Island or, okay, yeah, you can afford to buy a fucking house in West Virginia or fucking Tennessee or Florida even. It's so expensive in Florida, but there's plenty of places these normal people can go and buy homes. They just don't want to live there. That's not where they want to live. And that's fine if you want to, but don't come on stage and bitch and complain about how normal people can't buy homes.
Well, I mean, I do think that go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'd say he doesn't sense I'm misrepresenting what she was saying, but
yeah, I think
that's what she initially came in and stated
saying is we need to kind of rethink what should make us happy. Because my sense of it is that people who can afford these things are also still unhappy. And in many ways, they're less happy because they never take a moment to sit down and enjoy because they've always been in competition mode, right? Some people are in survivalist mode, and when they get a break, they take every moment for granted. They're like, God, this is a blessing. This is what, this is great. The people who I think are more upwardly mobile are not in touch with those kinds of things. They're just trying to build up materialistic stuff. And that's just my opinion. I could be wrong.
So the initial argument that she made when she came in, she said, it's ridiculous. Has anybody seen how the housing market is being all purchased by these big groups, these holding companies like BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street? Yet the housing market is actually decreasing. The value of the homes. And then she went on to go talk about how Elon Musk is going to benefit us and how nobody in the future will be able to buy a house there because it's going to drive up the market price of the homes. And I said, yeah, that's a good thing for the black people that are living there. That are $300,000 houses in 5 or 6 years are going to be worth, $600,000. So I mean, there's positives and negatives. I get what you're saying. It's going to be gentrified and all that. And, lower economic growth, people probably won't be able to buy a house there anymore. But at the same time, they don't have to live there. They can go 30, 40 minutes outside of Memphis, or 20 minutes outside of Memphis and still buy a house for $150,000. But everybody wants the 3,000, 4,000 square foot, in these metropolitan areas, $1 million to $2 million homes. And it's just they're living above their means. I mean, I made $225,000 last year in petroleum. I got $1.96 million in the bank, between savings and stuff like that. But I drive a 5-year-old car that was originally $70,000. I paid $25,000 for it. You don't have to fucking go out and, like Dr. Jordan was saying, keep up with the fucking Joneses. But they just want to bitch about how everybody can live on Long Island and buy $1.5 million house when grandma bought it for $250,000. So $250,000 was like $500,000 or $600,000 when grandma was alive. And she loved it.
Let me ask the question: What is the point? What is the point really of owning versus renting? Right? Like, is owning simply for the point that you build up equity and you pass something on, or what about the notion? Like for me, for example, I think of California. One may be a surprisingly better option, right? Like, I'm very curious about this.
I mean, there's things where you want to live and what your plans are for the future. I mean, if you don't intend on staying there indefinitely for the rest of your life or, at least 10 years, then yeah, just rent. I mean, it depends where you're living. If you can't afford to buy a place.
So, but what I'm saying is that there's this notion that buying, there's a stigma around renting, whereas this notion of buying, what is that? What is that built on? Is that built on the fact that you can pass something that you're likely to accrue more funds, although you may have to pay a lot more time? Like, it's incredible to me. I'm not judging anyone who's choosing one or the other. What I'm asking is, maybe in this world, the future will be that we will have more renters and less people will be homeowners.
Oh yeah, I mean that's literally, it's called the Great Reset. It's supposed to be 2030. BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, they want to create a renter society. So that's what's countered that BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street are going to own 49% of all single-family homes in America by 2030. I mean, that's what they're estimated to do. That's what they're paying 50% of their market value. So a house comes on the market for $350,000, they'll pay $5.25 right off the bat because they want to buy it out from under anybody. They tell these companies, they're like, hey, if the house comes up for $300,000, we'll pay up to $450, regardless of what anybody else offers. So if somebody else offers $400, we'll get it for $4.25. And they're just buying up everything. And their goal, if you go and type in the Great Reset commercial, it's actually brings you to the World Economic Forum, and it talks about because of civil unrest, climate change, and because of COVID and other things in the future that they want to build a better society.
Well,
interesting because I was just going to bring that up. In the United States, about 65% of households own homes, 34% rent. However, also and by the way, generally speaking, real estate is an appreciating asset. Over 10 years, if you own a home for 10 years, I don't know anybody that says, I shouldn't have bought that home 10 years ago. Of course, if you're going to buy it and flip it, that's one thing. But when it comes to cars, 80% of people own cars, 20% lease, and cars, generally speaking, are a depreciating asset. So 80% of people buy their cars when it's going to go down in value, not going to go up. Yet 66% of people buy homes. Just an interesting piece of information, Dr. Jordan.
No, I think it's so interesting. I mean, I just find it like for example, I see some of these ridiculous Lamborghinis and Ferraris, people driving them around, and it's like hard to get into. There's so many burdens that come with that kind of lavish investment, right? That depreciates, as Steve said. But it's almost like, and I've heard people say this, where someone who, and I'm not going to say more involved, but someone who's maybe enlightened in a different way might say, like, let's say a woman is interested in a guy for his car, right? Whereas another woman might be interested in a guy because he buys something that's much more practical and pragmatic, and if it depreciates, it's not such a big deal. It's just a pragmatic way of thinking. Like part of, in other words, what I'm getting at, and I'm not articulating it as well, is that in our society where evolutionary pressures still dictate some of the societal norms that we encounter every day, people still make ridiculous decisions to look more intriguing to potential prospective mates and dates, right? And it's just kind of silly to me. Now, there's nothing wrong with liking fast. Like if you're a sports car fanatic and you love the design and you love to drive these things, that's one thing. But when it comes to the pragmatic aspect of it, for someone who's just doing it to show off, to me that's a whole other.
There are positives for renting instead of owning a home. You pay less a monthly fee. You don't pay taxes. You don't have to pay for repairs. You can save a lot of money in the first couple of years if you're in it for the short term for renting. On the other hand, if you're in it for the long term, again, 10 years or more, over the long term, and based on the appreciation, I think it's a better idea to buy. But if you're in the short term, renting makes a lot of sense to a lot of people for the reasons I just.
Yeah, let's buy that side. 100%. I just want to add one thing to what Steve said. It was interesting because there was a person who I know, I wonder if he's even in the room. He lives in British Columbia, I'll just say that. And the person has a really, well-paid, what would be considered a high profession. And the person said that they've chosen to rent instead of buy because it's just not pragmatic for them in this economy. And this isn't to counter anything that Steve has just said, but it was interesting because I'm like, wow, this person is very much very thoughtful and strategic in terms of dealing with personal finances, and yet found that to be the best opportunity in that particular.
Dr. Jordan, and if I may, and I know you want to speak, sir, I just want to say this really quickly. I've been in my home for 25 years now. I just paid $30,000 to put on a new area that he wants to live in. British Columbia can be a little sketchy in some areas, but it's very affluent. So, I mean, you know, for him to go out and just buy the house that he actually wants to live in, it's probably going to cost a couple million US to live, you know, in, you know, British Columbia to Vancouver or something. But if he can earn, you know, $250,000 to $300,000 a year and stack money for the next 10 years, you know, he can put 80% of his money away and pay, say he's paying $3,000 a month. You know, he's only going to be paying $36,000 a year for rent, so he can stack money that way. But the problem is, like you said, if you're going to do it for the rest of your life, then I mean, owning a house in the long run is better.
Yeah. Again, if you're only in it for the short term, renting makes sense. But I don't know anybody, and I mean nobody, that's owned a home for 10 years and said, I made a mistake I shouldn't have bought.
Yeah, I have to ask my dad because he sold a house in Park City, and I don't know why he didn't hold on to it. I would have thought it would have made sense. His primary residence is in Las Vegas. I was just surprised. I do want to ask him because there may be very good reason for doing that, but I think as Sunan mentioned, God, it's hard to pronounce it.
Just rich.
I just can't imagine why. You know, there is something to be said for people like Steve's in a good position, and he's also very savvy about all these things. But someone moving to California, for example, is in a much different predicament because they didn't own the house, they didn't have a chance to buy it 20 years ago. So Steve is in a good position, and he's smarter than most of the homeowners in California.
Yeah, I just don't see the appeal living in these areas for houses that are $1 million to $2 million. I got a buddy who's got a house in Sanford. His house is $800,000, and you know he's bitching and complaining because he wants to sell his house, but the next house that they want to buy is like $1.2 million. You know, and I'm like, dude, you can sell an $800,000 house and come out here to Texas and buy 3 houses and rent the other 2, and you know, you'll pay your mortgage 3 times over. You wouldn't even have to, even if you bought, you know, 4 houses, you know, like you can do anything you want. I mean, but his complaint and reasoning why he doesn't want to leave is he likes the water. I get that. If you're willing to spend $800,000 on a house and you want to keep paying that mortgage every month, then go ahead and do that if the water's that important. But for other people, it's just, you know, oh, well, I have to be here. Like the other lady was saying, you know, I have to be in Long Island. I have to be, you know, well, okay, that's fine if you can afford a $5 million, $1.5 million house there. But then don't complain that other people can't buy houses because they can buy houses. They just can't live on Long Island.
One thing I think might be different in my generation and Steve's is we were baby boomers, and the population went up and up and up, and there's supply and demand. With more people, that means the cost goes up. Conversely, if the population goes down, we might not have the same appreciation we used to have.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you don't mind me asking. I was just going to, what's up?
No, John, actually, John.
I was just going to ask Les, did you come from like an affluent background or did you have to like work your way up to like buy your first house? And then my second question, I'm guessing you probably worked your way up like most people. But what was like the size and quality of your first house that you bought? Because you always hear people say, oh, well, you know, granddad or, you know, somebody, you know, who are baby boomers and stuff, you know, they bought a house for $30,000. It's like, you know, the house was probably like 900 square foot and, you know, small little 3-bedroom, 2-bath or, you know, 2-bedroom, 1-bath, you know.
But a lot of those things also came with land too, back in the old days. I'm in the same house I bought when I came out here. The other issue is if you're in a field where you're not sure where you're going to settle, and so you don't know how how long you're going to be in the house. Every time you switch houses, you might have to pay 6%, to realtors. I guess you can find ways of doing it cheaper. But there's that transaction cost each time you move.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
For me, it was a very good deal. For me, it was an excellent deal to buy a house, and I wish I had, given how, it was a good deal.
How big was your house when you bought it? Like, was it, if you don't mind?
I'd rather not say.
No, you're good. I'm just, the only thing I was pointing out is everybody nowadays, they want 3, 4, 5,000 square foot homes.
Yeah, you're right.
Want to take all of them, really.
So, nice bigger than they used to be, definitely.
So I just wanted to quickly say, like for example, I think about my own situation. I lived in 9 states, and like I didn't know where I was going to be. When I lived in Alaska, the idea of buying a house outside of Anchorage would have been, it's not that it would have been cost prohibitive, it's like, what do I do for my next job? Get moved or move away, right? Like it's complicated. So I think military families also find interesting situations. Now, if you live in a community, like I have a lot of friends who own homes and they rent them out, and then they either rent or have a second residence, right? Smaller residence. Like, and Steve probably knows people do that. Like that makes a lot of sense to do in California. So it really depends on the market that you're in. But and I've lived in LA 3 different times, but I do regret the fact that when I first came here, that I didn't look into some of those options but I had no idea I would be returning. So life circumstances also makes it challenging when you're thinking about real estate in that.
One of my cousins, right here up in northern Kentucky, she used to always run her mouth about the small little town that we lived in. She's like, you guys don't have anything out there. When she got into it, was about her early 30s. I seen on Facebook that she's bought a house in our actual town that just has like a gas station, and it's only about 25 minutes away from Cincinnati. But she bought the house for like $60,000. I told her, I said, it's insane. You can live 25 minutes outside of Cincinnati and buy a house for $70,000. And if you go just a halfway point, 12 minutes away, in between there and Cincinnati, that same house is $350,000. It's all where you want to. And in Cincinnati, that house is $500,000.
There's more Skyline chilies.
Oh, yeah.
So one thing, of course, we know the past. The other thing that might happen is unemployment too, and you might lose the house. You're dependent on having an income, pay for the house.
Yes.
And
sorry, go ahead.
I'm in programming, and I was in IT, and so starting out, a lot of those jobs very possibly could be replaced by AI systems.
I'm going to just maybe interject that because I was hearing something else quite interested in maybe having a conversation about I'm going to quite catalyst one. Something was said was actually quite key, and it was about the possibility that property might not be the best thing to be investing in the near future, especially with a declining population. I'm curious if anybody's got any information I'd like to be able to share about this.
Yes, I do. I said it. The answer is yes. I said it earlier, and I'll say it again.
Right.
I don't know anybody, anytime ever, that has owned a piece of property for 10 years and has said, I should not have
have bought it. That's my
Okay, I hear you, and I've probably experienced the same thing. I know there's definitely had in some cases, declines where they've purchased it, chosen the other. But there are instances where buying property actually hasn't yielded a profit for them at all. But I think that one of the key issues in terms of the ongoing property market is really going to be dependent on overseas migration or immigration in general. There seems to be, from what I've been able to see, decline in the population growth across the board. We're going to take this call, but I'm just going to leave it.
So, Steve, what do you think the economic situation was that made housing go up?
We've seen population growth go steadily up and up and up. Like a great need to be able to have immigration. Immigration has always been needed, but it seems like at the moment, in a number of different places, including America and Australia, and I'm sure that's happening probably in the UK as well, that without immigration, that it could actually show a decline. It will have a decline in population growth. And then obviously the property market will decline.
The answer to Les's question, in my humble opinion, is that there is a finite amount of real estate. This is why, as the gentleman just said 5 minutes ago, you can buy a piece of property 30 minutes outside of a metropolis. It's going to cost you $75,000 or $100,000, but you go 15 miles closer and it costs $500,000. It's the same reason why, if you want to buy a piece of property on the beach, it costs $1 gazillion. But if you're going to go 30 minutes out away from the beach, it costs considerably less. And then as you get closer to the beach, it costs more. There's only so much property that's available in particular areas. That's why, as was correctly said earlier, and I completely agree, that there is not a housing shortage. That is a fallacy. It is a misnomer. It is not true. What is true, in my humble opinion, is there always has been, there always will be, a housing shortage in the best places where people want to live. And as I've said before, and I'll say it again, nobody has a right to live in Beverly Hills, okay? People do have the right to have affordable housing. But as we've heard here many times, and there are plenty of examples, you can buy a home for $150,000 right now, today, in multiple locations. Those locations are just not where everybody wants to live. I guess everybody agrees with me.
Well, the great irony, though, is to think of the rich and famous who live in these cosmopolitan suburban areas, if you will, most affluent places, and yet they want to find more secluded properties, move to places like, northern Idaho is becoming more expensive, but move to places that are much less expensive and buy these sprawling properties. I mean, the world is just a crazy place. That should be like, God, must be crazy. That, the wealthiest now choose to live in places that are actually more affordable for others.
20% down, 30-year fix, 8% mortgage, $35,000 down. All the money in the fucking world. I bought my second home. What was it? 560. Is that? Yeah. Okay. It was 1990 when I got married. I bought the $170,000 home, and then it was 1,500 square feet, 4-bedroom, 2-bath starter home.
Okay, so let's put a jump point back in 1990.
Yeah.
1990. Let's hang on for a second.
1990.
There were 250 million people living in America. Okay, so maybe that is a statistic to be able to take into account. So let's have a look at that, and also look at regionally, wherever that was. Sealand there has been the proportion amount.
Well, I can tell you where it was. I can tell you it was Reseda, California.
So we'll just put a pin in that. So 250 million people back in 1991. Now at the moment, there's 345 million. Okay. The projection. So that's from then to now. Projection for America. It doesn't have the same steep curve. So by the year 2100, the population is looking to be around about 644 million. So the curve, the projected population curve is actually is not as steep as what it was, which would sort of indicate, I guess, again, depends on the region that you're buying it as well, that there may be other forms of investment that may be better than property.
Let me tell you something. Today, it's just me, I would not buy property to rent. I would not do that today based on...
Rent out, just to clarify.
Correct. I've owned 4 pieces of property in 30 years. The most I've ever owned at one time is 2 pieces of property, as I said earlier. I own one piece of property right now, and I can afford right now, if I want to buy another piece of property to rent out. I would not do it. Because of the political climate today that's in Southern California and arguably around the United States. Because if I'm buying a home to rent out, when you buy a home to rent, you have to be concerned with whether or not your tenants are going to pay their rent and what happens if they don't pay their rent. Now, that being said, let me tell you what's happening with my daughter, because my daughter lives in Oregon. She lives outside of Eugene, which is about 90 miles from Portland. It's about it's the town surrounding the Oregon Ducks, the University of Oregon. Okay, so she got married 2 years ago, and it was last year that she got into a home, and she bought a 1,500 square feet, 4-bedroom, 2-bath, where there are 3-bedroom, 1-bath upstairs, 1-bedroom, 1-bath downstairs. And they are, my daughter and son-in-law are renting the downstairs bedroom and bathroom to a tenant that they know, that they're very comfortable with. That tenant pays like 35% of the mortgage based on the amount of rent, and they're doing fantastic. I say that because when I started out 30 years ago, we had basically the same scenario.
scenario. My ex-wife and I, we just got married, and we had a 4-bedroom, 2-bath, and we rented out one of the bedrooms and one of the baths to my good friend, who I had known for a while, and he lived with us for like a year and a half, and then when the time was right, we all agreed that it was time for him to move out, etc. Basically, when we started having kids. My point being is that if you're going to buy a home, a piece of property specifically to rent, you have to make sure that if your tenant screws you over, you can afford to pay the rent for a minimum of 6 months. And at this point in my life, that is not the type of liability that I want to take on, which is why all of my investment funds right now are not in a second piece of property, but they are in very conservative stocks and money markets. I can afford to buy a second piece of property. I just don't think it's a good risk for me at this point in my life. If that makes sense, I don't know.
No,
I'm happy making my 10% in the market. That's what.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think maybe if you're averaging around about 10%, and there's more of a surefire bet. I guess it also depends on where you look at investing as well. Whether growth areas that are being built and developed, with transport and blah blah blah. There may be opportunity still in the market, but in general, it sounds like there's a flatlining, which is what the prediction is in terms of population.
There's always tons of opportunity in both the market and real estate. It's just that at this point of my life, I don't want to take the risk. I'm 65 years old. If I'm 30 or 35 years old and God forbid I lose it all, I have the time to make it back. I'm 65 years old right now. I don't have the time to make it back if I lose them.
You're a spring chicken, Steve. Just to clarify something, Lunar accounts, you've written something, you're not giving me a straightforward answer. You told me, you're saying that a killer had actually wanted somebody who then went crazy. I'll ask you whether you can clarify it was definitely a killer who had wanted this random person. You haven't been able to answer the question. Unless you know 100% that it was him, but shut the fuck up. Please. Welcome back, Mojo. Do you notice that we're not talking about race? Money?
Our city's finances require discipline. That ordering a halt on all discretionary spending. What we don't absolutely need, we won't buy. Department members of the council. Our city's finances require discipline. That ordering a halt on all discretionary spending. What we don't absolutely need, we won't buy. Department members of the council.
America, there seems to be well, actually, I'm going to. What is, do you think the policy with regards to immigration at the moment in America? Do you think it's a good one or is it not a good one?
I totally 100% support legal immigration.
Do you know much about policies within the existing government?
I know a little bit. I'm sure a lot of people know more than I know a little bit. I'm anti-illegal immigration, and I totally am in favor of legal immigration.
Makes a lot of sense. Mojo, you got a comment you want to add? Anyone? Bueller?
Sorry guys, I'm in an Uber.
You're just getting back now?
Yeah, I'll be home in about 30 minutes.
Awesome. Safe travels in the meantime.
Yeah, the Uber ride. It's longer than the flight.
Isn't that ironic?
Well, 100% of all Uber drivers will be out of work in 10 years. That's a
Yeah, look, I'm curious. I was about to ask you, Steve, have you ever been in the self-driving Ubers?
They have the Waymos in Santa Monica. Yeah, I live in Los Angeles. I have not been in one yet. I want to try it out, just to try it out. But that is clearly the wave of the future. Also, Elon Musk is supposed to be coming out at the end of the year with his self-driving car. But all Uber drivers will be out of a job in 10 years max, guaranteed. It's all going to be self-driving cars in 10 years.
I would love to. I'd love to try that out. I've got a couple of friends of mine that's just been in the States recently, and I think one for the first time, they FaceTime me whilst they were in it. It was just the weirdest experience.
Yeah.
Really bizarre experience.
Yeah, they have them in San Francisco. They have them in Vegas. They have them in Santa Monica, and they have them in Phoenix. That's on the West Coast area. I don't know about central portion of the country or the eastern portion of the country, and they're in specific parts of the city. But Vegas, San Francisco, Santa Monica, Los Angeles area, and Phoenix, Waymo. That's where Waymo.
There are other companies that are opening up as well.
Yeah, you've got Elon Musk company, whatever the hell it is that's coming out by the end of the year, and then Uber. I don't know where Uber Lyft is rolling out their self-driving, or if they even have them now. I don't.
I think this is actually one of the biggest AI experiments. There is going to be a huge amount of data that companies will get from these experiments, and it started off, I guess, as being the biggest AI company. I think it's really quite remarkable what they're doing.
AI has slowly crept into my business. I've started using it considerably more in the past month, and it's a wonderful tool.
What tools are you using? What are you using it for? If you don't mind me asking.
No, I don't mind at all. Well, for those of you that don't know, I've been in workers' comp, employment, and labor law for 30 years. That's my career. And AI it's been creeping in. I don't use it to make decisions. I use it to help me review documents, and when necessary, ask questions to get quick reference on the law, either case law, statute law. I never ask it to make a decision for me. Rather, I ask it to gather information for me. When I receive new files, my new files can be anywhere from 150 pages up to literally 4,000 pages of documents. And before AI, if I got a file with 4,000 pages, which would consist of medical records, legal records, subpoenaed records, I would have to review them by hand, because now I'm paperless, but page by page. Now what I can do is I can ask AI to review specific portions of the file. AI will generate a
to, and I can click on that link, and it will take me directly to the page. And so, I'm sorry, pardon me?
So how incredible is that? I'm curious as well. Are you using a notebook LM for that, or what are you using?
In my field, there are a couple of different applications that the firms use. I don't know if you've heard of them. I don't mind telling you. LexisNexis is not a file management system, but LexisNexis is like a case law thing. People use Maris case management. People use FileVine. People use A1 Law. There's about a dozen different case management systems, and not quite half of them now have developed an AI part to the case management. And we use one of those that has the AI component and costs extra. And I can either click on a document, and then I can ask AI to, let's say the document's 75, 100 pages. I can ask AI to summarize the document. It'll give me a 3 to 5 page summary with the links that it's referring to, and I can click on that, and then it goes right to the page that it's referring to. So when it I don't want to bore too many people, but I'll land it here. When it comes to a new file, like with 4,000 pages, that literally could take me 10 to 14 hours to review. 4,000 pages, 10 to 14 hours to review without breaking a sweat. It could take a lot of people longer. AI can summarize the whole fucking thing like in less than 30 minutes. And then I can double check and verify the links that'll take me right to the page. So it doesn't do the work for me. It summarizes the work for me a hell of a lot faster than if I had to spend 10 to 14 hours looking at every single one of those 4,000 pages.
Yeah, I understand completely. That's pretty cool. Have you used Notebook LM before?
I have never heard of Notebook LM. No.
It might be something that's worthwhile utilizing, at least trying out. You can try it out for free, no charge. There's also a professional version of it as well. But it's a Google product. And it's specific to the information that you choose to be able to feed it. So there are certain companies, for example, ones that you may have mentioned, they specialize in particular areas of law. LexisNexis is, as you said, case study. And if you want to be able to create a learning model, you can actually choose what the content is or what the data sets are. So, for example, if you had a series of these 4,000 page documents, and you wanted to be able to just purely analyze that information, you can upload that document up to Notebook LM and specifically query that particular document or a series of documents. So you might have a dozen or 2 dozen or 5 dozen documents on a particular topic, and you choose the data set rather than not being able to choose that. Do you understand what I mean?
Kind of. But I did look up Notebook LM right now, and it says a powerful AI tool for students, researchers, and professionals. Understand complex topics, ask questions, and get instant insight. Have you tried Grok?
Grok is a separate thing. That this is might be because you have a very specific area of interest in the profession. very non-specific, and that's its purpose. You'll find, and again, the same sort of thing can be said for Gemini and ChatGPT as well, but you can actually program it to be very specific in terms of your